Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. The way things will go tonight is that staff, Jeff Werner, will introduce each item, which will be followed by an applicant's presentation, which shouldn't exceed 10 minutes. We'll then ask for questions from the public, followed by the questions from the board. After the questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public, and then we'll have comments from the board. For each application, members of the public are allowed 3 minutes to speak for questions and then also for comments. If you are speaking from the public, if you could please identify yourselves, your name and your address. And we'll just add that comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is regarding the exterior aspects of the project. After we have our discussion and before taking action, we will allow the applicant to have up to 3 minutes to respond to the comments. Our first item on the agenda is matters from the public for items that are not on the agenda, or for anything that is on the consent agenda. Is anyone here this evening to speak to something that's not on the agenda? And if anyone is following along on Zoom, I will trust that you will make yourself known to those that are monitoring the Zoom meeting. All right. The first item on the agenda is, I guess the second item, is to pass the consent agenda, which includes the meeting minutes for the December 21st, 2021 meeting. Is that really 2021?
I move we pass the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our first item on deferred item list is the certificate of appropriateness application for 0 3rd Street Northeast. And Jeff, do you want to make an introduction?
I do. Hey, Remy, where's, I don't see the online participants popping up.
Bottom of the screen, click participants.
And it says invite or copy. Let's see. Just double click. That's easy enough. All right, thank you very much. 10 Ds and I've gotten 10. Okay. That's what I needed to see. All right. Let me share my screen, go into this. Pardon me. Oh, sorry, minutes. Just wanted to get to an elevation of the project, but I'm going to just skip that. So this is a COA request for 0 3rd Street. It's the vacant lot at the intersection of 3rd, Park Plaza and Hedge. It's within the North Downtown ADC district, and for that reason, new construction is subject to BAR review. You all held a preliminary discussion on this at the last meeting in September, and the applicant has brought back some additional information, some refinements, and some discussion items that came out of that conversation. I know we have a lot on the agenda tonight, so I won't belabor on this too much. I know the applicant is here. I know the owner is here. I know there's some folks from the neighborhood that are here. I think I just want to clarify up front that when I typically review a project for the BAR, I'm reviewing it in the context of the historic district. And that's what I had done. And after the conversation last month, I incorporated some information about the adjacent properties that are not within the historic district. And I stated in the report, and I don't mean it to be flippant or mean-spirited, but the fact remains is that what can happen outside of the district, something that's not designated, it does not fall under BAR purview. So just to be clear, to compare what's being built with what's adjacent but undesignated, those can easily change, and they don't come to you for review. So it's just want to make sure that by saying we want this to be consistent with this street, that street could very easily change, and you all would have no purview over that. So with that, I believe Ms. Smith is here and can introduce the project. And I'm going to start my phone clock at 10 minutes, and then I will switch to 3 minutes when 3 minutes are left.
Ready?
Go.
Good evening. My name is Candace Smith. I'm the architect for a new residence in downtown Charlottesville, and my client, Scott Lowery, is also present here this evening. Although most of you previously had a chance to see this on September 20th, I recognize that there are supposed to be 2 new board members. And I will give a brief introduction followed by a description of the steps that we have taken to mitigate some of the concerns that you had, and then ask Jeff to show some of the slides. The first slide that could show up, though, could be the site plan.
I'm sorry, could you please speak up a little or move the
Sure.
mic?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I was getting
Turn the mic.
feedback.
The mic is our, the
The
mic
better-
is our conduit to anybody watching online. So
Got it.
thank
Is that
you.
better?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay. So there's the site plan. The house is proposed on a vacant lot and will have a footprint of around 1,900 square feet, including the pairs of side porches on both the north and the south. The property has a road along its southern side border that is a legally required easement to the property behind this lot. This is not viewed as the private driveway for this property. The property slopes down 3rd Street from south to north, in this case from left to right, and creates a deep bowl because of the topography. Using this topography, we will be referring to the uphill neighbor to the south or the left and the downhill neighbor to the north. Of note, I don't think we pointed this out last time, the downhill neighbor has an existing 6-foot fence along our property line that extends in front of a majority portion of its wraparound porch, which is located along the side and a portion of the rear of that house. This existing fence is shown both on this site plan and on the 3D models that you'll see soon. A privet hedge completes that property line border from that fence, but that hedge is fully rooted on our side of the property line. We have provided a full conceptual planting plan to show what will replace that privet hedge, as well as plantings for the rest of our new house property. The house is designed with a tall lower ground floor that more closely meets the 3rd Street levels while allowing the first floor to be at grade at the rear of the property. We've set the first floor finish elevation for our house 2.5 feet below this property's natural highest grade to help reduce the overall height of the house. As such, a retaining wall along the west rear property line and southwest corner has been designed and will be required to allow for this new lower elevation along with a rear terrace. A detached structure is planned for the rear yard, like most of the houses in the neighborhood. The BAR had asked for more context since the physical survey that we previously had done for our property was limited to within our property boundaries. To accommodate this request, we have roughly surveyed the adjacent buildings to determine their finished floor heights and cornice heights and correlated that with the city's GIS information. The finished floors of the houses along 3rd Street step down at each property as you come down the hill. Regarding our particular project, the uphill neighbor's finished first floor is just under 7 feet above our finished first floor, and our finished first floor is just over 15 feet above the downhill neighbor's first floor. The apartment building to the rear of this property has its finished floor at a higher elevation, approximately 2 feet above our finished first floor. So naturally, each of the buildings relate to their topography. Regarding the adjacent property's proximity to this property, the uphill neighbor's house is approximately 30 feet to our property line, and our house edge is another 18 feet from that property line due to the required easement road along that edge. The downhill neighbor's side porch and house would appear to be just under 5 feet to their side property line. We are required to have a minimum of 5-foot side yard setback to our property line abutting this downhill neighbor, but we have located the majority of the footprint of this house closer to the easement road, expanding the open, unbuilt space to the downhill neighbor from the minimum 5-foot setback to more than 22 feet to our property line. Other issues that you had asked about was regarding other heights and stories. The house uphill is 1 story, but is raised on a tall ground floor, which appears to be a full basement, with that house being located on the top of the hill, well above the 3rd Street level. Is this still coming through? The building behind is a full 2-story apartment building, and the house downhill has 2 stories with additional shed dormers, essentially creating a 3-story house next door. The BAR also requested a 3D view of this project and with some context for the adjacent buildings. Those are now included in the submittal package. In order to mitigate the height concerns voiced by the BAR at our last meeting, we have created 2 possible front yard improvements to shorten the appearance of the taller foundation. Like many properties in this district, we have created a retaining wall at the front of the property against the sidewalk and raised the visual appearance of the ground floor level to rest on a backfilled plinth of our front yard, along with substantial plantings. In our packet of a walk down 3rd Street images that we captured and captioned for the board, you may be most familiar with Queen Charlotte Square with brick walls against the sidewalk and the raised garden before the base of the building begins. There are many other images, 7 or 8 of them in this packet, that have similar retaining walls against the sidewalk, although these are all fieldstone walls. Both of our options provide stairs at the sidewalk to reach this higher front yard. You'll see these illustrated shortly. The first option shows a ground floor level entry front door with a raised garden symmetrically balanced around the front door, with plantings complementing the symmetrical plinth. The second option allows for a second staircase from the raised front yard to climb up to the front porch and have the front door at the 1st floor level. This option then slopes the plinth down towards the driveway. We would like the BAR's input on their preference for these 2 options. In addition, we have provided different exterior wall finish options for the 1st and 2nd floor if the BAR believes that may also help mitigate in the overall height appearance in lieu of the all-brick facade. Our client is open to considering options of siding over a brick foundation, stucco over a brick foundation, and perhaps even stucco over stone foundation, although if the latter is selected, the garden walls would also become stone and/or stucco. Finally, I'd like to show you the slide. So the first slide is PDF page 70.
And I could rotate it if,
You guys okay with it sideways? The 3rd Street is on your left. North is up. North is down. The conceptual landscape planning plans show these 2 options. The first one shows the ground floor entry, so there's a retaining wall along 3rd Street, stairs up to a middle garden walk within the front yard, and then entry under this porch, a covered porch, to enter the house closer to ground level. The next slide, which is page 71, and shows a completion of that planting plan, shows the front door at the 1st floor porch above, so the same kind of idea of a retaining wall along 3rd Street with stairs up to the middle garden, and then continuing those stairs on up to have an upper level front porch and front door. I would also like to share 2 slides of the 3D model, so we'll start with PDF page 74.
getting there.
Yeah, might be good to rotate those if you can. So while he's doing that, I will just talk about this model. This, again, the upper floor, the upper slide is showing the symmetrical garden retaining wall that allows for the ground floor entry, up a few stairs from the sidewalk. And the lower slide shows the, and we'll come back and use this slide again. The lower slide shows the sloped retaining wall on the right that allows for stairs entering up towards the porch and then continuing on up. Again, trying to reduce the overall foundation look of the house. And then finally, if you go to slide page 75, the next one, as an alternate to the all-brick facade, we've shown on the top, we've shown siding with corner boards above the brick foundation, and below we've shown stucco with continuing the banding that the stucco masonry would normally have. And finally, please note that at this time, we've opted for a lower brick retaining wall on the north, which is next to the downhill neighbor, with wrought iron fencing above to allow more light to the downhill neighbor, along with climbing roses and vines for that shared wall. We had met with and discussed that if those, actually with the downhill neighbors, that if those plantings were not enough, that we could include a small arbor on that edge with Carolina or yellow jasmine. Note that the current privet hedge that begins past the 6-foot fence that is shown in the 3D drawing, the privet fence is about 5'4" tall and provides their current screening. And we can certainly provide, we're planning on spirea at the front right of that driveway, which will get 5 or 7 feet tall. Note also in this slide, particularly on the bottom, that you can see the house next door is essentially 3 stories with their shed dormers on the front of the house. And then one last point, because we think the board's main concern may be the height of this building, as the footprint, width, and setbacks are all within the guidelines. We have developed an option to lower the overall house by 2 feet, including the finished floor and ground floor by 1 foot. And I had emailed you, but I just assumed you were too busy, so. Yeah, so
I'll
I
find
actually brought a paper copy, which I can share with the board. If you'd like, I can pass that around. Thank you. Let me get that drawing for you. Is that okay? Can I
That's
do that?
fine,
I know
yeah.
I know you like to have everything in your packet, so I'm sorry that it wasn't there in advance.
Thank you very much. I think we'll begin with questions from the public, and there will be a separate opportunity for comments from the public. Do we have any questions from the public? Okay, then we'll open it to, sorry,
I just had a technical.
can you come to the microphone? Thank you. Sorry, it's still hybrid meetings.
I'm Sarah Johnson, and I'm the owner-occupant of 500 Park Plaza. My question was really the search for information. I wondered if Ms. Smith could provide a 3D of the full view of the northern elevation. We don't have that in the package. We just have on the last page a partial slice with the rear view. So that's a request for her. While I'm up here, I will also
Okay.
ask for the copy of the easement that was referred to in her remarks. I made 2 written requests to Jeff for that. Proof of a private easement for the driveway on the southern boundary. I reviewed all the record books and find no evidence of it, so I would like to have that produced. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the easements themselves are not something that we review. That will be up to the zoning department and the other places in the city. But thank you for raising that.
I only asked for it because it's being cited as a reason why parking cannot be moved to the rear, that
Right.
there's something inferior about the existing driveway.
Right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
I was gonna say, I don't see anyone in the attendees online. No one's raised their hand, so.
Ms. Smith, I wonder, I just wanted to clarify the intention for this meeting. I know we had, the last meeting was a preliminary discussion. I presume that we're not being asked to vote on final approval tonight, as there are many details, windows, doors, some of the architectural detailing that would still be developed in later. And so I want to focus our time and conversation on those elements that would make the project continue to move in the best way possible. Is that a correct reading? And yes, please. Sorry.
Yes, that would be great. We obviously would defer till we can bring you back those final details, but we have asked in our packet questions of the board regarding wall finishes, if there are, things that can help
Right. Correct.
alleviate some of your concerns.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a further question for the applicant.
speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
sorry.
Sorry. And it's, yeah.
I apologize. So the low brick wall, being called a retaining wall, which I'm not sure what it retains, but that's new, right? You had shown us a
Right.
low.
The building used to come straight down to the ground, and whatever the natural grade between the sidewalk and the house was not added. So we've raised a plinth of 3.5 to 4.5 feet to reduce the overall foundation height, and entered at a higher level than the,
I guess I'm talking about the brick wall at the street. That seems to be new from this submittal from last time.
the one that's running, left to right.
The one at the street. I mean, at the
Right.
street.
The one that's
Okay.
parallel with the
Yes.
road
Yes, correct.
is what we have created, and we backfilled.
Okay.
And have, so the garden level, if you walk along the sidewalk, the garden level would be at
Because of the
3 or
change
4
in
feet.
elevation, you need this?
No, it was to reduce the overall appearance of the foundation of the building so that it isn't taller. It starts at basically garden level,
Mhm.
just like at Queen Charlotte. In fact, we could pull up that slide if we wanted to go back. It's probably the first slide of the walkthrough.
Okay.
In fact, I think maybe that would be useful to illustrate what effect that has on the architectural impression. Is it a separate pack?
I'm gonna go, I was trying to like not make everybody motion sick while I
Oh,
get around the,
Could you describe what height the yard is behind the brick retaining wall?
it's like it's drawn as an 18-inch high wall, so it could be like a seat wall, but it could easily be just 4 inches above the grade, which is what is at Queen Charlotte. So,
I know Robert could do this better.
where's Robert? So, I don't know if you can make that larger. That plus sign over there, there we go. So this just shows you, the top 2 slides are Queen Charlotte with their raised brick. And so everybody looks and sees that that building's foundation starts above the sidewalk level, not at the sidewalk level, but from a higher point. So it reduces the overall height of that building's foundation. And there's many other houses along this, same kind of thing happens on some of these other slides. If you wanted to go, I don't want to be boring, but I think 13 and 14. 13 through
Oh,
15
the
all
number.
have, the photo slides, 13 and 15, all have, right there, all have stone walls against the sidewalk, which raises the grade level so that the foundation of the house appears shorter. It doesn't look like it's going all the way down to sidewalk level.
Yeah, that's the lot right there.
Right there, yes.
There.
And like I said in my intro, there's 7, I think, of, the 25 slides that have a stone retaining wall and raised grades above.
Any other questions from the board?
I guess just one quick question. The door that's on the bottom that leads out to Third Street, is that a door into the garage?
No, it's into an entry hall.
In an entry hall?
The garages are beyond, although that's not relevant. It actually does go to an entry hall with stairs up.
Okay.
It is?
All right, we would open the opportunity now for comments from the public. And we also did have some correspondence relative to this project. Any comments from the public?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, my name is David White. I reside at 505 Park Plaza, which is the north property to this project. And a month ago, this is the smallest thing I can think of, but a month ago, that hedge was bifurcated, and now it's 100%. I'm just wondering, but that's a hedge that we all would like to get rid of somehow, so that's really a moot point. I'm not under oath, but I want to let everyone here know that the other people that are sending comments, my neighbors, some of whom I know, most of whom I know, we have not talked together about, what they have said are their issues, not mine or my wife Roxanne's. So whatever they've said is not because of my wife or myself trying to induce them to come up with an opinion that isn't their own. So, and I have to say also that Mr. Lowry and Ms. Smith invited my wife and I to their offices yesterday to talk about some way to ameliorate the areas where we are not in, where we're in conflict. And according to the bar, we probably are not in conflict, but we realize that, you know, for one reason, that this proposed structure is in the historic zone. We live next door. We're not in the historic zone, but we live in the same neighborhood. And the house, we certainly understand that it's a difficult lot, both from its topography and from its size, to come into a house of the size that Mr. Lowry is wanting. But the mass and the height are really out of line with the rest of their neighbors, not necessarily bar neighbors, but the regular plebeian, you know, run-of-the-mill neighbors such as myself. And so that's something you all either wrestle with or don't. But I have to go ahead and state that. Neighborhood compatibility, is important. It's a walkable neighborhood. The main thing for us is that side porch where we spend a lot of time is going to be obstructed by this building, which has been moved to the south in an effort to mitigate that conflict. But it's a matter of sky and light that's going to be really impacted on our living space. So we're concerned about that. So again, we've met with Ms. Smith and Mr. Lowry, and we've talked about ways to mitigate the impact of that structure looming over our place. And we're compatible in terms of doing some plantings, and I'm sure that we can work some stuff out, but at any rate, those are the comments for this evening. So thank you all very much for the work you all do.
Thank you very much, sir. Other comments? Please.
My name is Sarah Johnson, and I am the owner-occupant of 500 Park Plaza, which is directly across from the subject property. I just want to say that in my 2 sets of written comments, and those of my architect, Andy Orban, we've expressed concerns about exterior openings and the site plan. We believe them to be out of compliance with the historic district guidelines. We do not think there have been any changes from the last meeting to this meeting to the concerns that we have detailed in our comments. That's all I have to say. I respectfully request that the COA be denied at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public?
No one
Any online?
No.
Okay. Comments from the board? Thoughts from the board?
Are there any images that would be particularly helpful that I can?
We'll holler. We all have the packet, so we're probably better suited than the audience.
I'll leave
So-
Patrick Corey then front and center.
While you guys are getting warmed up, I will just make a few comments. Thank you for providing a conceptual planting plan, and I think that it's helpful to begin to see how that would be attended to. There are, and generally, while I don't think that there are any single species selections that are objectionable in their own right. I'll just note two of our guidelines relative to plantings. One is in section 2B number one is to encourage the planting and maintenance of large trees on private property near street fronts, which contribute to the avenue effect. And currently in the planting plan, there are no large trees that are proposed. It certainly would be an important contribution to this neighborhood. And while I note that on the current street to the north is primarily made up of Cornus Cusa, I've noticed that the city is interplanting with oaks. So this is the appearance will be changing in the future, and larger street trees would benefit both the house and this neighborhood. The other is point number 3 under plantings, to encouragement to use trees and plants that are indigenous to the area. And as I said, while there are no single species that are particularly objectionable, there are no native plants in the palette currently, and that would be a big point of improvement. Other comments from the board?
All right, I'll just jump in. I guess just in terms of feedback for the questions that were posed to us, I do think the retaining wall is a successful way to help try and bring down the overall feel of the height. And I think there's precedent along the street that you've shown, so that I think that's a good feature. If I can just throw my opinion out there on the different schemes you've presented. Personally, I like scheme D with the upper portion in siding. I think it breaks up the mass a little bit to have different materials from the foundation level and the upper stories. And I think that'll help it not read quite so tall. I am sympathetic to the neighbor's concern that this is too tall. I'd like personally to see it more as a 2-story. But if the BAR feels like it's within the guidelines, that makes sense. I don't really have a problem with the driveway coming out onto 3rd Street. I think lots of the houses here have driveways that come out onto 3rd Street. I think the porch is a little odd, and was trying to figure out why. I think the flat roof on the porch bothers me. I do have more of a traditional sentiment and sensibilities, so I'd maybe like to see a little hip roof or something like that on the porch. But I like the ground floor entrance. I think relates to the street a lot better. The large steps going up kind of make it feel distant. Those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
I can jump in after those thoughts. Thank you for providing scheme E along with D as a iteration from the last meeting. I agree that bringing a door down to the street level is more successful than seeing the whole stair exposed. Some of the related images provided that show a similar number of steps, I think, are slightly different in that they're embedded in the topography, and seeing this whole stair exposed above the topography, I feel like doesn't quite, it stands out in a different way. So I think bringing the door down to the lower level is more successful. The retaining wall, I agree, can be successful out at the street line. I'm not sure about the height of it, that it becomes quite tall towards the driveway entrance, and I'm not sure if you're gaining anything from being set the 18 inches or the 2 feet above the grade behind. But that's a smaller detail. And then I agree with the sentiments echoed earlier of that I think the siding above level 1 might be a nice way to break down the 30 feet tall of brick. That I think it's a successful way to lessen the massing. but in general, I think the design has done a good job of moving the garage doors to the back of the property and not having them be something that's very visible, and feel like there are successful moves in the project since the last iteration.
I'm going to agree, I think, with everything that's been said so far. The retaining wall in the front is helping. The lower entry, I believe, does help, and it follows some precedent. I mean, your site condition is unique on 3rd Street, but it's not unique to the neighborhood. And where there is a site condition similar to yours, there are these lower stories, and you have putting the front door there, or putting a door there, makes it similar to some of the more historic examples in the neighborhood. So, yes, and echoing basically everything that's been said so far, including the trees. I know you have a power line right there, but it's, anything more than crepe myrtles, I think, would be appreciated. Although they're, nice trees, but, you know.
Just for the record, I'm against crepe myrtles. Just hate them. Again, I agree with most of what's said here. I like the retaining wall. The lower doorway works, I think, really well relating to the street. I think the idea of siding above brick also works really well as a way to mitigate the height. I actually don't have any problem with the height in general. I think it fits the topography as it is, and it makes good use of a really wonky lot. So I think you've done a great deal of good work on this. I think it fits the neighborhood as you've designed it.
The concerns I had in the initial meeting are still there. The general site strategy is unchanged, and the guideline that really just stands out for me is Section 2, letter E, number 6, which is to place driveways through the front yard only when no rear access to parking is available. And we just don't. While I do think there's been some creative use of this site, we just don't have that many houses in this city and in this neighborhood that are have the entire first floor consumed by parking and driveway. That being said, I do think the changes that were made, especially those that are identified in Scheme D, that with the retaining wall that's been described and the lower entrance, do help the house feel like it addresses the street, which was one of my main concerns. It feels like it's participating in the neighborhood more than the previous, which it seemed to be hovering above the neighborhood. So those are good improvements. I would encourage you to look carefully at that retaining wall and try to keep the height down. I think that unfortunately what you're looking at is either probably about a 30-inch tall wall or a 72-inch tall wall because of the guardrail that would start to be required if the grade gets too tall. And so I'm not sure if what we're looking at is realistic. It might end up wanting to get either a little bit shorter or a lot taller. And I think the shorter would be preferred. I also have some concerns about perhaps maybe about the gate to the parking. It is well, certainly there are examples of wrought iron gates, and they are referenced in our guidelines. There's very few examples that I can think of vehicular driveway gates, which has certain connotations of privacy and just seem a little bit out of scale with the pedestrian scaled wrought iron gates and fences that are referred to in our guidelines. I could imagine that being perhaps more contemporary, or maybe articulated in a different way, or that no gates are required, but that's something for you to further discuss with the client. Any other thoughts?
I'll weigh in since I haven't said anything. I think I'm not exactly comfortable with the height. I do feel like it just feels vertical in a more horizontal working street. But I do feel as if the revised elevations that you sent around help. I think in this case with, a 2.5 to 3 story house, any, foot you can bring down really helps. And certainly helps, I think, the neighbors too in that southern, the southern sunlight coming in to their north facade. So I think that's a very, I think that's if that's something that can be done with the program, I would highly recommend it. I also feel like I'll reiterate what everybody else said, in that the front door being down below addresses the bigger issue that came up last time about how to maintain a pedestrian engaged street. And I appreciate the landscape design as well, and would love to see kind of a richer version of that, especially in how you address what I still feel is a pretty high plinth there, or high base. So I'm curious to see with a reduced height, and then potentially, I don't know, if there's a way to move the siding down a bit, and then with the realistic vegetation, landscape vegetation that's going to surround that base, you could really sort of get to more of a kind of a standard base, as opposed to sort of this like 1/3, 2/3 breakdown, which I think would be good for everybody as well. I don't know about the change of material. It's hard to, I feel like it's hard for me to make that call, just on these kind of graphics, not knowing what actually the material is. I think in some of these front elevations, the change of material actually accentuates the height of the brick base. So I think it would be helpful to, have maybe a little bit more, see what these materials are.
I think that's a good point on I know some other board members expressed some support for the siding above. I felt that the brick would be appropriate as well and could be done elegantly. I think that maybe that's an option that you can continue to explore. Seems like there may be able to get support for either version. This height issue, I just want to give some clear guidance on the height. I know some have stated some reservations, others seem to be okay. Where are you guys on?
Well, I have a question with regard to the new schemes. You're reducing the height by, could you come and describe that a little, about what, 2 feet or so? Is that?
The overall height, based on from those 3D models and the earlier elevations, has been reduced by 2 feet by lowering the roof and the second floor conditions, and then taking the whole thing down a foot, which I think works on the front. It means we will have a ramp up at the back to get down into our terrace, and a higher retaining wall at the back between us and the back apartment. But I think it's doable. So we've looked more at, the street view is, primary.
Right.
And I agree with you about envisioning this with plantings. I just didn't want to give you a 3D SketchUp with bushes covering everything that didn't let you see the actual massing and scale. So next time we could add those, and it would be a much more attractive thing. But I didn't want to shrub it up, as we sometimes call it, to try to conceal something that we're trying to address.
I will note in one of your examples, driveway 36 image, my neighbor across the street and up the street slightly does have a gate at their driveway. So this is not unusual completely.
Thank you.
It's also helpful to see the context. I think it'd be even more helpful for me to see the true elevations, just to understand how the houses are lining up, and, you know, if there's something that, you know, somebody's missing about a sort of a dynamic alignment.
And with the 3D, it's hard to get the eye of the model in the place that makes sense, where you're either forced to look up at something that looks taller than it is or shorter than it is, depending on where the eye of the model is.
Right.
We do have a drawing that we created. Of course, we don't have drawn elevations of our neighbors, and we're not going to go that far to
Yeah.
field measure them, but we
Sure.
do have sides and floor lines that we could provide you that comparison, because it does show the fact that, in fact, I have it here. I don't know if it's worth me holding up. It shows Third Street at its pretty much continuous slope, but it shows how different the house up on the hill is compared to, you know, it's not down at street level. It's
Right.
not only 6 or so feet above our floor, which is a tall first floor, but it's up on a hill. So it creates quite a different view of it compared to the house that's down the hill from us, which I realize that with its crepe myrtles, sorry, Dave.
Sorry, too.
Right. Right. So with the crepe myrtles at the house down the street, which does provide a lot of screening for us, but it covers up the fact that that's a 3-story house. Because when we tried to take a picture, we actually took a picture, and, you know, we have an illustration of it, but it's very cleverly concealed by the flanking trees, because that's what happens when you have a garden. You know, so I think we could provide that street view, cartoonish, but enough to give you
Sure.
a sense of scale.
May I just ask her a couple of things?
Sure.
to clarify before you go? Can we get the reaction of the stucco versus the siding? Because nobody mentioned the stucco, that's one thing. And then moving siding down, that's possible, that's a good idea.
Does anybody feel like they cannot support the height that is shown in the revised sketch?
I guess I had a question on a note in the staff report that's related to height. So Jeff, I don't know if you can help me answer this, but you've got it says existing heights range between 2 and 3 stories with an average of 2 stories. Prevailing is 2 stories. Recommended maximum is 4 floors.
Correct. So,
How do you get there?
because the guidelines say height and width should be not exceed 200% of prevailing. So 2 times so I don't know, does prevailing mean average, median, the one that happens the most? But bottom line is whatever, even if you just take the houses on Park Plaza, the prevailing height is 1.5, and 2 times 1.5 is 3. So the guidelines suggest the house should not exceed 3, and this house is proposed at 3. So it's as I said earlier, the guidelines there's some feathery language in there's not statistical terms used, but if you take, I don't know, my guess is you would take all of Charlottesville, and the prevailing height is 1.5 or 2, so, so the 3 to 4 would be the recommended max per the guidelines.
Okay.
And the width is same. So I used the average. I prefer median, but I use the average. But they're there as information to provide some context. And as I spoke with some of the neighbors earlier today, they're not absolutes. It's not a, if you get all right, you must approve. It's just to provide you a series of reference points to make a decision from.
So you had some questions, and I was going to let you finish your discussion before I came back and
Yeah.
asked you these other things that my
Let me
client
just,
has
let me
asked.
just follow up on that last question. Does anybody feel like they can't currently support the massing that is shown with the reduced height in the revised scheme?
I mean, I definitely support David's sentiment of the reduced height is better. But per Jeff's explanation of the guidelines, if I stick to the guidelines, then I can allow it. Yeah. It's not my preference, but it's what the guidelines say.
Okay. Yes, were there a couple of other things you wanted to clarify?
Yes, thank you for finding that, Jeff. I appreciate that. It's easier than a piece of paper that our Zoom friends can't see. So that was very kind of you. So one question about the siding versus brick. Stucco is also something, I think there's other houses along the area, and that's also lower maintenance when it's done properly. Is stucco over brick not as preferred as siding, perhaps, in terms of breaking down the scale? Or was that something that was, we're not settled
It's
on
an
it? but-
allowable material per
Okay.
our guidelines.
Okay, obviously the color of it will make a difference.
Right, but it would have to be stucco, right, not ephes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Leave that
If
insulated
you're interested in that
stucco stuff at
conversation,
home.
stay tuned tonight.
Right, right. No, we don't want woodpeckers eating up this house. The second question is the porch roof, we would like for bringing it back for final. If we have one or two, if we have more than one version of a front porch, could we get the board to give their approval on that? And then the third question is on the gates. If we have some more detailed information and maybe have one or two versions of that for you to look at, we might appreciate
Sure.
your comments on that.
Absolutely.
Is that it?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Do I defer to the
Well, are you all done?
discussing?
So we would, the next step would be to request a deferral. It's easier and better if you request it than.
I would prefer that, just so we can get the timing right. I'd like to request a deferral.
I just say as long as, the back and forth has covered all the bases for you all, then, and that's fine.
I'll move to accept.
Second?
Thank
All in
you.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right.
Uh-huh.
The,
I have a question, just a neighborly question for clarification. The building has been reduced in height by 2 feet.
It's recommended, but it's not voted on.
Understood.
Yes.
I'm just wondering what, with that clarification, with that potential, how much higher our roof line does that bring it down to? Could you come up with that, or do you happen to know that?
I can share that with you.
Okay.
And I'm happy to share that with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you
The
all.
roof comes down 2 feet. The ground floor comes down a foot. So that means your retaining wall up against your fence and your privet, well, the privet's not gonna be there anymore.
Your privet.
Our privet. Thanks. Thank you all.
well put. All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is, deferred item is 1301 Wortland Street. And we have, well, Jeff will introduce the project.
I will, and I'm gonna, allow me to close this and then find where it was that, there we go. There it is.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right, there's,
Yeah, and then I think full stucco is gonna be a little much.
and, James, the issues with the setbacks, widths, heights all really are prevalent in this one as well. So it is, again, another thing to make a note of at some point in time as we discuss the guidelines, how would you all recommend clarifying things, and, what's the best context in which to evaluate something. So this is a COA request for 1301 Wortland Street. This is known as the Wharton Baker House. It was constructed sometime in the early 1800s. This is a request related to a new building just east of it. You've been, well, this is in the Wharton Street ADC district. It is a contributing structure, the original house. You all have discussed this 3 times, February, March, and September. Had a series of discussions on this. This is a formal request at this point. And so if a deferral is going to be done, I would suggest the applicant request it. And you've seen a series of, and I'll let Kevin go through it, but a series of iterations. One involved moving the house. Now, the house has been left alone. The height of the structure has changed, and its alignment to the house has sort of evolved. And so in this latest iteration, you'll see the changes that have occurred there. Just some comments on the heights and widths and setbacks. This is a very small ADC district. There's, I think, 20-some structures in it that vary from no setback to 70-foot setbacks. The spacing between buildings some is 5 feet and others it's 100 feet. So there is no typical here. It's also a district that's been transformed a lot since I think it was established as a National Register district. But for whatever reason, when the city established it as an ADC district, it included 2 of these large apartment buildings as contributing structures. Maybe a similar question to why did a certain vacant lot on Hedge Street be included in the North Downtown District? But I don't know why, but they are included as contributing structures. So it's a difficult site to kind of evaluate, and I offer my evaluation of the guidelines sort of in the same context as before to give you some things to work from, but in no way do I want to suggest that this is suggesting what you must accept as the design parameters. So with that, I think, is Kevin here? And you can say.
We got Kevin in real life.
Yep.
So Kevin, just a heads up, we've got 10 minutes, and I know we've heard a lot about this building, so if you could, focus on the things that we have review over and the changes especially. Thank
Right.
you. We just know you're super thorough.
Yes. I'll start it at here. I'll switch to 3 and you just
Okay.
tell me to bing and I'll flick the slide.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and welcome to the new board members. We appreciate your service here. My name is Kevin Schaefer. I'm with the Charlottesville branch of Design Develop. We're pleased to be here again tonight. We can go to the next slide. I wanted to first start off by saying thank you to the board for your thoughtful comments we heard last time. It's impacted the direction we're headed. We heard from a majority of the board present that 4 stories was simply too imposing next to the Wharton Baker House. We heard from a number of members that the exterior egress balconies and their associated railings were simply not an appropriate way to circulate through the project. We heard specific concerns from Mr. Gassinger regarding the materiality, specific concerns from Mr. Schwartz regarding the fenestration organization and contemporary window openings at the corners. Thank you to Mr. Timmerman for your thoughtful analysis on the composition of the building and the concerns regarding the massing and the form and the detailing. And to Ms. Lewis, thank you for planning in our minds the consideration to reorient the living room so that it would face towards the historic structure as a way of putting the historic house on display, showcasing that historic structure in the front yard while providing a more engaging courtyard facade. Next slide. The project has gone through significant revisions based on these comments. We're here with a project that more elegantly and clearly responds to the guidelines for new construction. A summary of these revisions can be found on pages 12 and 13 of the booklet, but I will talk through some of them quickly. To begin, we've eliminated the 4th floor entirely, keeping the residential levels to 3 stories above the courtyard elevation. To complement this overall reduction of massing, we've held a brick cornice line at 2 stories above grade that coincides with the existing eave line of the Wharton Baker House in a move that directly relates to the adjacent historic context. We've internalized the circulation systems completely. And the internalization allows for breaks in the massing to allow for residentially scaled building volumes. The brick massing that you're seeing facing the Wertenbacher house is 28 feet tall and 27 feet wide, these series of 4 brick volumes. And on the street, we are presenting a brick mass that is 3 stories tall and 33 feet wide, and is presented toward the axis of 13th Street. To holistically and compositionally break down the building form was a directive from the board to more contextualize the project and relate to its adjacent context in the ADCD. Echoing the sentiment of the comments that we received from the board, and you can go to the next slide if you don't mind. The design guidelines compel us to employ design techniques that reduce the visual presence of the structure. This includes varying the facade planes, differentiating materials, stepping back the upper levels, and utilizing irregular massing forms. Those calls from the ADCD guidelines are all articulated in this massing diagram of our partee. This is a concept that endeavors to create a site-specific project that is referential to the historic structure, a project that celebrates the Wertenbacher house while complying with the guidelines for new construction. Next slide, please. The guidelines also compel us to construct new commercial buildings with minimal or no setback, or to keep residential setbacks within 20% of the setbacks of a majority of neighborhood dwellings. At 15-foot of front yard building setback, the proposal is consistent with guidelines in reinforcing the traditional street wall found on the western portion of the Wurtland ADCD. We are reinforcing the traditional street wall that has been established by projects around the Wertenbacher house while celebrating the unique front setback of the historic structure. Next slide. Regarding spacing, the guidelines compel us to maintain spacing that is consistent in the area. This diagram shows typical spacing throughout the ADC on both the eastern and western sides of 12th and a half Street. While historic residences did employ large front yard setbacks in some instances, side yard spacing is generally very tight. We're providing spacing that is 25 feet from the adjacent structure and providing 10 to 15 feet between the proposed and the historic structure, which is consistent direction provided by the guidelines. Next slide. Regarding massing and footprint, the guidelines allow for larger footprints as long as the massing is reduced to relate to the smaller scale forms of residential structures. The guidelines provide the following direction regarding reducing massing, including varying the surfaces of the building, providing stepbacks as the structure increases in height, and breaking up the roof line to create smaller compositions, techniques which can be seen employed here. Next slide. Regarding width and height, the guidelines tell us to respect the directional expression of the surrounding buildings while reinforcing the human scale. We're responding to the directional expression of the context by establishing both a front facade that engages the street and the pedestrian, while also composing a facade that faces the historic structure and the existing yard. The project reinforces the human scale by providing balconies, porches, and open entries. Landscaping around the project will minimize the visual impact of the height from the street. As discussed previously, the width and height of the legible masses relate directly to residential scale along the ADC district, and the guidelines suggest new proposals be within 200% of the traditional width and height, and ours are well within that 200%. On the next slide. Regarding the scale, the guideline acknowledges that there's a variety of scale in Charlottesville. The guidelines direct us to reinforce the scale and the character of the surrounding area, whether human or monumental. Our project acknowledges that this district in particular has a wide range of scales and styles and uses and techniques in dealing with this scale. We're reinforcing this variation by providing a thoughtful and elegantly composed exterior facade that directly references the scale of the adjacent historic context, the adjacent historic structure, but also the rest of the ADCD. On the next slide, the guidelines compel us to employ a varied roof line to help break up the mass of the design. The guidelines also suggest that flat roofs are appropriate for historic residential areas on contemporary design buildings. The proposed structure utilizes small parapets in lieu of large overhangs to both shield rooftop mechanical units while reducing the visual impact of the roof line. On the next slide. The guidelines encourage new construction to orient itself to the same direction as adjacent historic buildings. which is interesting here because the guidelines also go on to say you should orient yourself, that is, to the street. So both to the street and the historical context offers some unique characteristics for this parcel. The Wharton Baker House has a 5-degree skew, and this provides a opportunity to celebrate that skew, to emphasize that skew, to reference the historic orientation per the guidelines on the next slide. But also per the guidelines, we're going to address the street with a 2-story corner tower element on the southeastern corner that serves to engage the pedestrian while breaking down the mass of the front facade. This mass also resolves the skew of the brick base building. And here we are addressing the street level design by eliminating flat or blank walls, again varying the plane of the surface of the building while introducing an irregular massing element that is both functional and well composed. Next slide. Windows and doors are appropriately proportioned and relate to and are compatible with the adjacent historic facades. Residential scaled punched openings are proposed in a more traditional and rational order arrangement than previously shown. On the next slide, the proposal suggests high-quality, low-maintenance materials that are in keeping with adjacent established material choices. The proposed materials are brick and fiber cement panelized siding, such as hardy panel with battens at the seams. Per the guidelines, these materials and textures for new buildings are compatible and complementary to the neighboring buildings. And also per the guidelines, we are avoiding intrusive paint colors. On the next slide. And actually, can we skip a slide as I run out of time here? One portion of the project that has not been covered yet in detail is the renovation of the existing historic structure. Currently occupied by students, the Wharton Baker House is in need of maintenance that is expected in a structure that's 200 years old. The structure has gone through a number of users, owners, occupants in its long and colorful history, but throughout the decades, it has not always been treated gently. At this point, a rehabilitation of the Wharton Baker House is anticipated as part of this proposal, one that would adhere to both the Secretary of Interior standards and the city's ADCD guidelines for rehabilitation. The scope of the rehabilitation would vary depending on further analysis, including a structural report that would identify all necessary improvements to stabilize the house and ensure its safety and longevity. From there, and in the words of the owner, we want to give this house the attention it needs to serve as the attractive focal point of our new project. We are designing our building around preservation of the house, and we want it to look the part. On the next slide, we realize we need to come back to you for the items that Mr. Warner has outlined in his staff report, further information including specified materials, site lighting, railing and balcony details, HVAC and utility locations. But we've heard from the board at each meeting that a project is viable here, that the board would support the development of this existing surface parking lot in some capacity. And we're here tonight to garner support for the proposal, the massing, the form, the scale, the fenestration, the materials, and address any questions you may have on how this proposal complies with the guidelines. With that, happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll start with if there happen to be any questions from the public. And if you could just state your name and address and
Jean
speak into the
Hyatt,
microphone.
Meadowbrook Heights Road. I know you were interested in having the height lowered. I didn't understand if it was actually, or is that just a step back and there's another floor?
Kevin, would you want to address how the project has changed in relative to height from the previous proposal?
Sure. The previous proposal did have a 4th story over a significant portion of the building. The 4th story has been eliminated entirely. On the 3rd story, we are still employing a pretty significant step back from the street. And so what you are reading on the street level is a 2-story residential mass and then about a half a grade tuck under parking. But overall, the height was reduced from that 4th floor all the way to the 3rd floor.
Other questions from the public?
No one online is asking.
All right, questions from the board?
What's the intention for the old house?
beyond the rehabilitation in terms
Yeah.
of a use.
Yeah.
I think the use is still unknown. That it could remain as housing, multifamily housing, but it could also be a communal area for the project.
Kevin, is there a gate or any kind of screen proposed for the garage? It doesn't look like it in some of the renderings, and then others it was unclear if you're seeing a material beyond or if there was a screen implied.
At this point, we did not have a gate proposed.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I just put up on the screen there, this shows the September and the October versions to illustrate that change in height.
Overall, we lost about 12 feet off the overall height of the building.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open it up for any comment from the public, and then we also received some correspondence, which we should either submit into the record or if you feel it needs to be read. Yes?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Lucy Middlefort. I'm speaking on behalf of the all-volunteer organization Preservation Piedmont with comments about this proposed apartment building. I live at 805 Rockland Avenue. The Wharton Baker House is the signature historic building of the Wharton Street ADC district. It is one of a limited number of early 19th century brick houses still surviving in the city, and it represents the origins of the expansion of the university from the academical village and the creation of university-related neighborhoods. The front and side lawn, which once extended south to University Avenue, is still an essential historic landscape feature that contributes integrity of setting to this historic property. The proposed new construction still lacks an appropriate and welcoming front to the street. The proposed gaping garage entrance is not welcoming to pedestrians. And though I understand this point at the beginning is not under VAR purview, we do believe that thought should be given to exploring and approving innovative planning strategies that would facilitate the elimination of on-site parking requirements from this proposal, which would diminish the bulk and footprint of any new construction on this site. This site is currently one of the most walkable in the city with a walk score of 93, meaning that daily needs can be accomplished without a car, and students, staff, and faculty who are most likely going to be the occupants of this site, they possess opportunities for university off-site parking that should be encouraged by not requiring on-site parking development in this and other walkable areas. So I encourage a deferral or a denial based on the fact that zoning may change. Encouraging car ownership and use in this walkable transit-supported neighborhood negates our city's climate action initiatives and goals. Contrary to the density of the development, this design incentivizes its residents and visitors to drive cars. Finally, a general comment about proposals like this to move historic structures in this district. I understand this is no longer part of this proposal. Moving a historic structure in an ADC district removes it from its original context and makes it difficult for the general public to understand the evolution of a district. It also forever compromises the building's authenticity and integrity. Moving and contributing structure in a historic district is not a best practice unless it is to avoid damage to the building or loss of it entirely. I understand we're not talking about that right here. In conclusion, we still believe that the proposed massing and parking entry are incompatible with the historic structure, and we urge a denial of the proposal at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the public? Yes.
I'm Jean Hyatt. Good evening. I live on Meadowbrook Heights Road. I mentioned to you last month that I once lived across the street from the Wharton Baker House. I also mentioned now that I joined with others to initiate the designation of Wharton Street as an ADC district in 1999. So of course I have concerns about preserving the integrity of this important historic district that lies only a block or two from the academic village. I do appreciate the BAR's members' thoughtful comments and questions during the presentation last month. I do not support a plan to build an apartment building in the front yard of a house in the city's historic districts. This is especially troubling because of the significance of the architecture and the history of the Wharton Baker House as it ties in with the beginnings of the university. If the board continues looking at this proposal, I would ask that the size of the building still be reduced, the street setback be pushed back, and that the design includes a prominent doorway at the front of the building. Right now, the large entrance for the parking garage stands very close to the sidewalk and would be a danger to pedestrians. Perhaps the parking garage could be omitted since the location is a highly walkable section of Charlottesville. The applicant has selected a certain street setback to use as a comparison. Those are street setbacks of buildings across the street and to the west of the Wharton Baker House. Some are not in the district. Wharton Baker House is the first house in the district on the west side. The streetscapes of the houses on the north side of Wharton Street are distinctive from the houses on the south side of the street. The houses on the north side were built earlier, and there's an orderly arrangement of these houses with large front yards and standard setbacks. The houses on the south side were built later and feature smaller lots and are closer to the street. There is a distinction between these two types of historic streetscapes. Looking at the houses on the north side of Wharton Street that are in the district, I came up with an average street setback of 57 feet, and that did not include the last several houses on the northeast side that are in the district but were not shown in the map on this agenda. Wharton Street is already providing an enormous amount of housing for this one block, and up until now has been able to preserve its streetscape. There's looking at the two different sides. Okay. We should note that UVA has a plan to build a significant number of housing units at the southeast end of the street, just outside the district. So the street is and will be providing a vast number of new housing units for the city. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody for their input. Anyone else or anybody online?
No.
Okay. Comments from the board?
Could I ask a question, because I don't know this? Do we have an ordinance requiring that buildings have parking?
Yes.
That's what I've thought.
Yeah, we do have a parking exempt zone in the city. This is not it.
So they are required to design a building with parking somehow or other. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
I think before we get into specific comments, I'd just like to say that I really appreciate the input from the public and from our Preservation Piedmont. And I also want to acknowledge that I think that we up here are also charged with preservation of sorts through the application of our guidelines. But there may be differences of opinion about how that could be applied. I, for one, feel like there is a potential for a successful building on this site. This is a neighborhood that has had many, many errors that have happened over the last 100 years. In fact, it makes our job easier in a way because unfortunately, because the fabric has been so damaged by recent constructions. That being said, I think that this project has an opportunity to set a different standard for how to address work adjacent to historic homes in an area that has already been compromised. I'll keep going with that and say, Kevin, I think that when you left last month, you were, or maybe not feeling so great about the input that you had received from the board, but what an improvement this project has made over the past, was it month? In a very short time. I personally feel that this project has turned a corner and has become an elegant response to the site and to this house, to the the just numerous challenges that are literally confronting it on all sides. I feel like this is a very, for me, an elegant, rational response that makes a lot of sense and makes the neighborhood better. And I was just trying to think, I have to go back and look, but gosh, if this could move forward, it would probably be the best building on the street in the last 100 years, which is a low bar, but I think it would. I do think it actually gives the house a dignity to it. It resets it in a way that for the next 100 years, it still has a presence on the street. I have a few some other minor comments that I'll get to later, but I just wanted to applaud the work of those that have been involved and all of the tremendous effort necessary to kind of turn this in the right direction.
I totally agree. No pun intended, turning it in the right direction. But I think that probably my favorite drawing here is the plan. I think that the plan has a language that works visually, and it does just what we were looking for, which is celebrating the house, responding to the house. I see it as a sort of a framing of the house. I'm completely sympathetic to your concerns, but I think to Breck's point, what makes our job easier is that the state of the house right now is deplorable, right? I mean, I drove by this morning, and there were red beer cups everywhere. It was a mess, and yeah, and then you've got that, whatever you call it, off to the right, that just creates this sort of no man's land, And so I think what this move does is it creates a structure in an almost unstructurable landscape in the front that I think is really good. I think that image on page 15 sort of speaks volumes, where all of a sudden that landscape is engaging. It's there's a reason to be there, and there's a sort of a landscape that has a logic both to the house and also to the sort of the new backdrop. That's better than the current much better than the current backdrop, because it gives a backdrop, it gives a sort of a logic and an order to it. I really, I think it's wonderful that the owner is dedicated to the preservation of the house. I'd love to see a sort of a higher use for it if there is such a call for that, as opposed to going back into residential and beer cans flowing off the front. I think it would be a way of sort of raising the bar for that particular plot of land. If it became like a collegiate housing location, a place where people that are over 30 or close to 30 want to be and not have to be subjected to fraternity life. So offices, yeah. So I think that's all really good. I guess if I were to have a critique of it, it would be more about the front, and I think that I think this design's right in the way that it emphasizes that side facade and the way that it engages the landscape. But I do feel like the front is a little left over, maybe a little neglected. To me, feels a little bit more like a rear elevation, as opposed to what I would encourage is maybe taking cues from the old house and all the old houses on that street. And when you look at the depth of the front porch, the wonderful, unique, almost like I think of it as a filigree almost, the different layers of the unique railings, and then the bit over the cornices over top. I mean, you don't see that just anywhere, and it's a wonderful thing. And so I just wonder if there's some sort of a modern interpretation that can be had there in the front. That's not what you're doing on the side, which is about sort of transparency and the scale, but it's about a depth, and it's maybe a little bit more about some detail. I don't know if there's a way to sort of create a porch or an indentation in some of those, elongate the windows. And then also just the kind of wonderful shift that happens in plan, I feel gets a little lost in the corner tower, which I don't see it addressing the street as much as sort of a more livable, richer front, that I see in a lot of those houses. And then the parking garage, it's like if the owner's willing to provide parking, I mean, I don't, you're not gonna have livable space down there, so I don't see it as a detriment to the site. It would be great to see a sort of more strategic way for the cars to enter, but I also realize that seems to be the only location where they can. But is there a way to cantilever that front story out to sort of create more screening for the opening underneath? Is there a way to separate the base from the top 2 stories of the brick? Those are things that I'm curious about. But overall, I just think you should be commended on turning this around so quickly.
I agree with it. I like the design. The massing is really good. I really like the fact that the staircases and so forth are now have been internalized. It doesn't look like a 1970s motel so much anymore. In general, I think that you're almost there. I do agree with the remarks that there might be something to do with the streetscape. Maybe a porch. You're the architect. You make it up, but it looks kind of blank to the street at this point. And given the direction you're going, I think you're well on the way.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very attractive building. It is, you've definitely come a long way with it. I'm not sure where I fall on the front. I think there's a nice quietness to it. I think what bothers me the most is just that it is so close to the street, and it, I really just want you to stick a big tree in front of it, to be honest. Let it kind of go away a little bit. Let the important side is the side that's making that courtyard with the house. But that, it might just be me with that. Let's see, did have a few comments. I mean, generally, if you came back to us with the details that, Jeff has requested, I think I would be ready to approve it. I do have some reservations about a couple things. Again, the front being so close to the street, finding some way to, I think, plantings would help. The materials, the fiber cement is in our guidelines. It's, I think, encouraged in our guidelines. I have to say the use of fiber cement panels with battens, we see it a lot on the apartment buildings that have been popping up recently, is not successful. But it looks good on your drawings. I think the problem is it gets constructed badly. So, I mean, honestly, if it was a stucco surface, I'd be just as happy. But I won't deny your project for that. I'm just throwing that out there since you are coming back apparently. You know, I always harp on applicants for open stairs. You know, there was a project on University Circle that I voted it down because they had an open stair, and they finally enclosed it. You know, I think it works a little better because it's not facing the street, and you do have them really tucked in there. Normally, I think it's kind of, you know, the idea that an open stair is going to break a building down into pieces. I don't usually believe that works, but it seems to be working for you. So I'm going to be optimistic with that and say, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, I think that's some of my big concerns. You know, you make a really beautiful presentation. One thing I'm a little worried about is some of the details that you show. Are they actually, like, is the brick actually sticking out that far? Is the fiber cement modeled to, are you overemphasizing to try and get the shadows to look right, or is that actually how it would look? Just kind of be careful that, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Okay. But I think it, you know, it gives us the idea, I guess, so it looks great. I hope when it's built, it's gonna have that same level of articulation. And I'll stop.
I'll go. Thank you for everything that you've done on this long and winding journey. Removing a floor, you know, entire floor from less than 12 feet is, I understand, difficult to do on such a project, but it really helps here. And certainly getting rid of the exterior balconies and some of that cruise ship, as I'll say it, appurtenances that look like it was dry docked. To address Preservation Piedmont's points, I wish we could return to the 1850s and that there would be 6 1/4 acres that could surround and that could, you know, bless this house. But unfortunately, stewards of this house have chopped it up by developing behind it, and that horrible access, which is way too wide. It didn't have to be that wide, but it was constructed that way. Really kind of, you know, really chipped away at her beauty, and it's really too bad. That doesn't mean that we necessarily have to build this building next door. I mean, in a perfect world, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have your building next door. I'd have this beautiful house on 6 1/4 acres, but I think that this building follows our guidelines as it's presented this evening. I would echo Mr. Timmerman's comments about, and Mr. Schwartz's comments about with the garage entrance on the street level. It is, you know, it is the street facade, if you think about it that way. We've been so concentrated, and we've asked you to concentrate on the relationship with this new building to the Wharton Baker House, but it's worth another look at it. You've come so far on other details that it seems like you could do something to address some of the comments here. But, I mean, this meets our guidelines, and that's, and the staff report is pretty clear on going through the analysis of exactly what the guidelines say and how this meets it, and certainly the reduction in the overall massing and footprint and scale vis-a-vis the historic building really helps. I think most of us support this at this point, so thank you.
So I think we're charged with preserving the streetscape and protecting this historic house. And as it's already had apartment buildings built to the west and to the east, you know, I'm excited that the views of the historic house, the main views down 13th Street, and that is still preserved. And I don't feel that the views along Wurtland are going to be hindered by this development. I think it's an improvement over the existing parking. And I was not around for the earlier conversations, but I, for one, am glad that the house is not proposed to be moved and that view of the house is going to be preserved. And agree with the sentiments that have been said earlier of how the west elevation has been developed, and think that it's become quite successful in the past month. That the dropping the story down, dropping the second level of the brick level to be equal with the historic house, I think is really successful. And the breaking down of the masses along the way is also successful, and that the front yard gets improved. And I'd also echo that the south elevation does feel less detailed. That I think the taller windows in the gray portion are the fenestration works well. And I know there was comments about moving away from the corner glazing, but something about the 8 equal windows don't feel correct. They feel too small along the main streetscape. That I know there's a soldier course called out as a header, but that I think a little more articulation could make that more successful. And I think that having the driveway there on the front of the building is something that happens in a few other buildings along the street, so I don't think it's unusual to have it at this location. And yeah, I just agree that I think it's become a really successful project from where it's been previously, and like the direction that it's going.
All right. Having been raised a preservationist and a preservationist by profession, I should fight this tooth and nail. But I also turned to the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Preservation, and I kind of was just reading through the section in the updated standards from 2017 for new exterior additions and related new construction, and I think there's some things in here that really Kevin, I hope you'll draw some inspiration from as you work through your final details. So I won't read it all, but I do want to read a little bit. New additions and related new construction that meet the standards can be any architectural style, traditional, contemporary, or a simplified version of the historic building. However, there must be a balance between differentiation and compatibility to maintain the historic character and the identity of the building being, well, not being enlarged, but new additions and related new construction that are either identical to the historic building or in extreme contrast to it are not compatible. Placing an addition, well, let's skip that part. New construction should be appropriately scaled and located far enough away from the historic building to maintain its character and that of the site and setting. In urban or other built-up areas, new construction that appears as infill within the existing pattern of development can also preserve the historic character of the building, its site, and setting. So that, to me, really helps frame this conversation that we're having. You know, we've talked about, unfortunately, there's been a lot of apartment buildings built on all 3 sides of this historic house already. I do think 10 feet away from the historic house is a bit close. If I may, Sherry, can you clip that on the end of your table? So like that's 10 feet. That's mighty close to the adjacent building. So I'd encourage y'all to look at potentially trying to maybe have a jog in your building or something. It's just, that's very close, right? I think, I agree with everybody that this has come a long way from when we first saw it. I think Tyler Cement on the street facade of the windows, maybe you could do something a little different on that street facade. Something says factory to me, you know? I think everybody's already spoken to the parking entrance. You know, it'd be lovely if the neighboring landowner would give you a right of way to bring it in the side and come on the other side, on the west side of the building or something, but that's politics. So anyways, I guess I won't belabor the point, but I think if you may review that portion of the standards that I read, that might kind of help give you some inspiration as you finalize things. So thank you.
I just wanted to add a few kind of minor details. One I just wanted to say out loud that I think one of the reasons for the success is the brick and the the materiality of the brick. And while I like the massing approach, I could imagine a very different response if this ended up changing materials. So I just encourage you to. I mean, I think there's a warmth and a richness to the design, and for me, the dark metal and dark trim in conjunction with the brick is a really nice contrast from the existing home. So I hope that those continue. I think that what's also successful is the simple volumes, the simple brick volumes are really legible, and I think the fenestration pattern on the west, as others have said, is really successful and has really nice proportion and resolution, and maybe there's some things that might inform the front, but I wouldn't want, for me personally, I wouldn't want the front to get too fussy. I feel like it should stay within that very simple, the simple set of volumes that you've set out. Maybe there's something that could happen at the base course or the foundation that might help give it a little bit more grounding. And then the other one's a tiny detail, and it's just that there was looked like to be some grills in the front yard of the Wertenbacher house in one of the renderings, which I would be concerned about as being appropriate to a front yard, and not to mention all of the other things that come along with grills. But the other is one. It's a landscape and site design move and decision. I understand why you've placed the sidewalk where you have, the one that runs parallel to the building, but what it's doing is ending up making your planting that is near the building so small that all of the trees that you've tried to place there seem like they're really smashed against the building. And likewise, on the other side of the sidewalk, it looks like you're really hoping to get some trees in, but you're also not wanting to get in front to obscure the front facade of the house. So I feel like there's maybe some very slight site design moves, or looking at putting that sidewalk closer to the building or even adjacent to the building that might give you a better chance for getting significant trees in that aren't like really smashed against the building. And that's one thing with that was helpful to see in the renderings. I don't think it was successful in the way that the trees were deployed. And that's it for me. Anything else, or would you like to respond to any or clarify anything?
Yeah, just clarify a few things. Thank you again, of course, for the direction and the guidance. We appreciate the comments. We too are really excited about the direction it's headed. I couldn't agree more. Some very thoughtful comments regarding the front facade, duly noted. We'll continue to refine that. The site landscape and siting and the site design in general, the courtyard is all very much our first and needs the level of rigor. Now that we feel like there's momentum that's been generated, we'll engage with a landscape architect and really get some of those details and those plantings ironed out. But point certainly noted about the grills. I don't think we'd anticipate a grill. Regarding the parking entrance, there is an option in the zoning code to eliminate up to half of the required parking. Unfortunately, there is still required parking, and it requires city council approval to reduce up to a half, but the owner has indicated that he is interested in pursuing parking reductions. He has to pay for underground parking. It's not ideal either. I think we all would agree that this is a parcel that would be served just fine without parking, and we wish we could, but at this time with this current zoning, it is a requirement. I think that's it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay, and would you like to request a deferral?
Oh, yes, thank you. Request deferral.
I move we accept the deferral.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nope.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
I say it shows how long we've been separated from one another. I ran into Kevin on the mall, Sunday, and I said, "Are you getting some sleep with that infant?" And he said, "Yeah, he's right here, and he's 2.5." Just like, oh man, but yeah, I got to get out of the house more. Here, Kevin. Here. Your thing will be. Talk to you guys later. All right, rolling along.
All right, that brings us to item number 4, new items 1109 and 1121 Wortland Street.
And I don't know. Is Mr. Spursum here? I did not hear from him. Sorry, oh, there it is. Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay. All right. So, sorry I didn't bring you in there, Mr. Spursum. So this is a request for 2 addresses, 2 buildings, but they're on the same parcel. The requests are essentially identical, so and again, being on one parcel, treated it as a single request. These are two circa 1890 houses on Wortland Street. They are in the historic district. They are contributing, and the request is to remove the current modern siding, some of it metal, some of it fiberglass, and to rehabilitate the siding and the trim to match the original. And the goal is to salvage and reuse as much as possible, and where that's not can't be used to use matching material. And I mentioned earlier in the pre-meeting, this is I really built this staff report on the what we used the project up on Park Street. I can't remember the address, where we allowed that sort of to remove the material, and then I can go out there and take a look and make some judgment. But we also have some other projects on Wortland Street that Mr. Spursum has done something similar to, so we certainly have his knowledge and experience on a project like this. But that's why I think I would have otherwise put it on a consent agenda, but I just wanted to make sure in case you all had anything you wanted to clarify or revise in my recommendations. And with that, Richard, if you have anything to add or however.
So this, there's a parcel on Wortland Street, and we have houses along the front of Wortland and then apartments behind. And I've been before the BAR before to get permission to remove the asbestos siding and some wraparound decks at 1025 Wortland, which is one of the houses on this parcel, and then also at 1107 Wortland did the same thing. And so in any case, we removed the siding, and luckily in both cases we found that the original siding was still in place. Some of it, of course, was damaged or rotten, and we restored that, and we stripped the paint off as best we could, and we unwrapped the windows that had been wrapped in metal, and we restored the gables that had some cedar shingles. So anyhow, the proposal tonight is to do the same thing for the next 2 houses down, one of which has asbestos siding and one of which has gray aluminum siding. So one of those has windows that is wrapped in metal, and one of them doesn't. But in any case, you never know until you tear it all off what the siding underneath looks like. But in any case, and just to say, this is not a trivial exercise. These projects. To do this, pushes about $100,000 for each building to restore this wood and get and strip the old paint off as well as you can and prime it and paint it and do all that. So in any case, that's what I'm looking to do. We've done 2 buildings. You can come look at them, and I did supply some pictures of the 2 buildings that were done a couple of years ago, and you can judge the results for yourself.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the public? Either, I don't think we've got anybody here, or anybody online? No, we'll just continue.
Can't
then.
get to it. Come on.
Questions from the board?
No raised hands.
I'm just kind of curious as to the intentions behind your client. Is this just by a preservationist wanting to bring these houses back to some sense of their original splendor? Or, I mean, I see these houses are all rentals, right?
Yeah, I mean these are all rented, yeah, I mean it's a question of what do you do with the siding that's there? That the one that has asbestos siding, does have some tiles that are cracked and broken, and yes, I guess you can go out and find some non-asbestos replacements, but actually the siding is the type that's got a wavy edge on it. So, yeah, I mean, we've done 2 buildings. We're gonna do 2 more, and a couple of them already have the original sidings. One is brick. So there's a total of 7 historic houses on this site, and
Was most of that asbestos siding put on like in the 40s or 50s to sort of prevent them from having to paint the original siding?
Well, yeah, I mean, they, you've probably heard the saying of the Tin Men, where the aluminum siding salesman went through in the late 50s and 60s, and there's a history of this. So, before there was aluminum siding, there were people running around selling asbestos siding, and, let us just, side over your building and you never have to paint it again, and we'll cover up all the stuff. And then in the 50s or 60s came aluminum siding, and they ran around and did the same thing. And then there came vinyl siding after that. And so, everyone was looking for the miracle solution on how never to paint their wood siding again. So, yeah, I mean, that's the way the evolution of this thing has worked. But
All right. Any comments from the public? I'm guessing not. And if there are any comments from the board, I mean, luckily, Richard, we've gone through this recently with a couple of other projects, so I do think we have some precedent and some familiarity with the conversation and even some language and the motion that will help us.
Yeah. If I could probably answer the question. This was Richard's email to me in September. He says, "I cannot live with these historic houses being clad in vinyl and asbestos." And so, and he also said something about, "I may be a gluttony of being a glutton for punishment, I want to do this. Yeah, so he's, I would say he's expressed very clearly that he has he wants to do this for the right reasons. So just had to add that.
I'd like to make a motion okay, because I did go look at 1107. I think I was part of approving that. I don't know if Brett, were you on the board then?
I don't think so.
He did a beautiful job. I mean, he knows what he's doing. So, all right, I'm gonna steal Jeff's language that's in here. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for ADC districts, I move to find that the proposed exterior rehabilitations at 1109 and 1121 Wortland Street satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Wortland Street ADC district. And the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following additions. If replacement of portions of the exposed siding and trim is necessary, the new will match the dimensions and scale, including the exposure dimension of the siding and general profile of any trim components. The owner and the contractor shall consult with the city staff regarding any unsalvageable original materials in selecting appropriate replacement material. And the applicant is to provide for the BAR record progress photos of the work, including the original material and of the project, including of the original material and of the project upon completion. Richard, are you okay with that?
Yeah, sounds fine.
Second.
Okay.
Fight for it.
All right, I'll just say all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Aye.
Thank you very much for this
Thank
work,
you.
for that application. All right, is everybody doing all right? Maybe one more
What's
and
our
then,
next one?
and then a break?
Next
Let's-
one, solar panels?
Yes,
Can we take a break?
yes.
We're
We'll
currently
take
only
a-
20 minutes off, so.
We'll take a 5-minute bio break and reconvene at 7:35. is 101 East Jefferson Street, the First United Methodist Church solar panel project.
Get down to. Getting there. All right, here we go. Getting somewhat adept with all this technology is a little concerning for me, but all right. So this is a request from the First United Methodist Church at 101 East Jefferson Street. It is in the North Downtown ADC district. It is contributing, and I'll say before we get started, I've been talking to Bill on this topic for a couple of months now, and he sent me a note today, and I think I shared it with you all. The congregation is still making some decisions and really kind of wants to know, before they go out too far on the limb on this, where does the BAR stand? But this is church constructed in 1923. It's a slate roof building. The sanctuary and the rear buildings. Bill could address this more, but Buckingham slate, I believe, so probably 150, 180 year life slate on that roof. So maybe it's halfway through or 3/4 of the way through. And the request is to consider approving the installation of solar powered or solar panels on as much of the roof surfaces as they can to maximize the power output. So the illustrations that you have are sort of just a what if. They're not necessarily a technical evaluation, but just to sort of introduce what this could look like. And with that, I'll hand it over to the experts.
All right, good evening. I'm Bill Owens. You need my address?
I am Jeff.
Do you need my address?
Oh, no. Sorry.
That's what it
I
says
need a
in-
hearing aid.
Okay. I'm the architect shepherding the project for First United Methodist Church. I'm also a trustee of the church. I'm here with the minister of the church, Reverend Alex Joyner, and a trustee of the church, Guy Moffett. I had also asked the church's roofer and a representative from the Tiger Solar to join us tonight to help address any concerns anyone might have, but they weren't able to make it, unfortunately. So the three of us will do the best we can to answer any questions you have. The reason we're here tonight is the church has received an offer of a sizable donation to add solar panels to the building to reduce the church's electrical demands as part of an ongoing green initiative at the church. The church's goal is to cover at least 50% of their yearly electrical expenses at the savings of about $10,000 to $15,000 per year through the use of solar. The photo simulations you have been provided show the number and placement of the solar panels as estimated by Tiger Solar as best achieve this goal. Before going too far into the nuts and bolts of the design of the system, the church would like to have an understanding of what the city and BAR would approve visually for the placement of panels on the existing roof. As shown by the photos I submitted, for the most part, the roof surfaces of the church are not visible from the surrounding block except for the church's own parking lot and directly in front of their courtyard. Only those at a distance and elevated would be able to see the solar panels. At Mr. Werner's request, I also provided information on how the roofer would propose to attach the solar panel rack system through the existing slate roof. All electrical connections would be made in either the attic or the basement except for a single conduit running out the back of the panel array and down the north face of the steeple to the existing electrical service in the courtyard. The church is more than happy to provide the city additional details on the design of the system as it is engineered, but they would like to have a sense of to what extent they will be permitted to have panels on the roof surfaces before going to the time and effort to have the system designed. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the public? I'm just going to get those both out of the way. No one here. Questions from the board?
So the photo simulations you're showing us, that is you're thinking that's the ideal, like that's what you would like to do?
Yes, that is what Tiger Solar is telling us would maximize the solar gain for the project.
Okay.
It's 220 some odd panels, give or take. Again, it's not totally defined, but the goal was to reduce the church to as close to net zero as possible. We're still working through the numbers on kilowatt hours and the math and so forth, and we've got everything from at least 50% up to 75% or something, just kind of depending on where we place them. So this is the estimate based for solar design where they should be. This is not an aesthetic consideration other than the initial submittal I gave to Jeff showed them on the portico roof that I immediately had corrected. So hopefully you got the newer one that has them removed from the portico and put on the back courtyard roof, which is not as optimal. It's under shade from the steeple and so forth, but I just didn't think on the very front of the church was appropriate, so I had that changed. But so anyway, to answer your question, that's sort of
That answers it.
best case scenario, and we're looking for your response to the contrary of that.
And I have a question about the mounts, the Q-base slate mount that was included in the packet. Is that, how often do those need to be used? Are they essentially at the corner of every panel?
My understanding is that the panels mount on a continual channel, one up and one
Yes.
down for each panel. These mounts would be every 6 feet to support this continuous channel.
Right.
So I guess if you want to take the number of panels and do some math, I guess you could figure out. But it's quite a few.
It's quite a
So we
few,
still
yeah.
have to work through the, once we have a sense that this is going to go, we'll work through with the roofer as far as what that's involved and the costs and so forth. And but we have an obligation to this donor to see this through.
Sure.
Because they've specifically pledged this money for this specific idea.
Has there been any, somebody had a good idea, what I thought was a good idea last time. Somebody had a good idea last time about potentially locating the panels in the parking lot on the northeast side. Has that been looked at as a potential option? As a way of taking some of the panels off the roof, off the slate, and
Short answer is no. I'm not exactly sure I understand what is meant by that.
well, I mean, you've probably seen in some car parks, maybe, I'm thinking of nothing close by, so I don't have anything to refer you to specifically, but I've been in car parks before where, you know, there's a framework basically, and then the panels mount overhead, 10 feet up, and they're angled in a way to catch the sun's rays. But then they also create some shading for the cars underneath.
I guess my presumption would be that that would be less desirable than disguising them somewhat on the roof. So I guess we haven't really explored that, but I guess it's something we could talk about.
Any other questions? We'll move to comments. Maybe we should break this into two parts. I'm guessing that there are two major considerations. One is the impact on the historic district and the roof line of the structure, and then the second being the detail and the kind of issues relative to the preservation of the slate. Let's talk about the first one. Are there questions or concerns about the panels in this installation relative to the historic district or to the roof line?
I guess off the bat, just within our guidelines under, as Jeff put in the notes, under rehabilitation, section G roof, note 8, place solar collectors and antennae on non-character defining roofs or roofs of non-historic adjacent buildings. So I think we need to determine whether the main roof of the sanctuary is a character defining roof. You kind of got to get over that hurdle first. I kind of would argue that it is. It's the main roof of the building. Just put it out there. But I also think they've got a valiant goal, and if there's ways we can try and help them achieve it, we should.
I think the fact that it's not really visible from anywhere within close proximity, I mean, it is a character-defining roof, but it's, you'd have to be standing back pretty far to see the roof. Makes me lean towards thinking that I'd be fine with, I agree with their move not to put them on the portico, but everywhere else, I personally think that would be acceptable to our guidelines. They also do not in any way change the profile of the roof or obscure any massing on the building because they're so relatively flat to the roof.
Mhm.
I think that helps.
Yeah, that slim profile is, I think, what's important to me. It doesn't seem like it's going to really substantively change its the profile against the sky, or the roof itself. I mean, in an ideal world, they might be tiles, and someday they might be tiles, and then I really wouldn't think there would be an issue with it. But in this case, for me, I don't think it has an adverse impact on the district or the structure from a profile standpoint.
I don't know. I don't know why my opinion has changed on this, but I felt I felt that way last month because I was looking at all the street views, and you can't really see them. But I guess it's just looking at this image of the solar panels on a fairly identifiable historic building. I think I've changed my mind. I think I would vote that it is in keeping with the standards that I think the minor buildings are one thing, but the major building, the next time we see this shot, are we prepared to see one of the oldest churches in the downtown with that roof covering? And really, for me, I think it comes down to more, I'm concerned about the material of the roof, the damage that it could potentially do to and I know this is issue number 2, but I am concerned about, having a viable, really durable material in the slate and then doing something to it that will adversely affect it.
Whitney, Ron, any?
I walk by the church practically every day as I walk from home to the mall and back, and I have never noticed the roof. I don't think it's character defining in that sense. I mean, obviously, it's an old, durable roof, and if the church is not worried about the fact that it may break down and the sanctuary may be flooded, then why should I worry about it?
I would be in favor of proceeding with the solar and letting the church go the route of installing it. I mean, I would, encourage it if it was visible as something that's the church moving in a forward-thinking direction, and letting it be visible. But as it's not visible by most viewpoints, then I don't see any reason why they shouldn't proceed with going with solar.
Okay, let's chat about the second part, the potential risk to the slate. And as a bit of a background, city just recently explored replacing this slate on the Key Recreation Center, and we went through really enlightening discussion about the care and repair necessary and the state of slate supply currently in the market. So this was a recent conversation that we've had amongst the BAR. Thoughts on that aspect of the project?
I guess y'all know about the Buckingham slate is dried up pretty well in the quarry. Okay. It's really difficult to get these days, so I think that the message is be cautious, because it seems to me like this is an installation method that would potentially do a lot of damage to the roof, not just for cutting the slate with the grinder and popping that one slate you need to for each of these mounting points, but the fact that the installers are going to be walking all over your slate roof, the potential to break slate is very high. I just say that as a cautionary note. And having worked on lots of slate roofs as a project manager. So I think there's a lot of caution that would go behind this. I think it probably behoove y'all to do some research, see if there's other slate roofs that this company has worked on and could show you where they've successfully installed the solar panels, and go see those projects so that you can rest assured that they can do a good job. And talk to the clients as well, or their clients as well as your contractor, to make sure the client was happy with the job and don't have leaks. I do think David's idea, and I think it might be worth exploring, you know, something in your parking areas, or I don't know exactly how much parking y'all own up around the church or whatnot, but it may be where a solution in that vein is actually less expensive than going on the roof, if you can still existing store.
You used up the battery.
Probably, I talk too much. But it might be worth exploring, right? You know, if you can find something else that might be acceptable and is less expensive and still get your energy goals, maybe that's a win-win.
Could I ask
I
you a
would say
question,
it's
James?
not less expensive to build a separate structure on the ground and put panels on top.
Okay, so that's a question. Would you be willing to watch a solar farm be built next to the church in a historic district?
That's a good question. I'm not over the fact that it's a character-defining roof.
Okay.
Whether you can see it or not, it's the main roof of the main part of the sanctuary. You know.
For me, it would depend on the design of it. I mean, I think you can design something like that in a reasonable way. The parking lot, as it sits right now, is pretty empty, from what I recall. I'm not looking at pictures of it, but.
We would have to elevate it such to get around the trees, I believe, though. That's what the advantage of the sanctuary is, since it's up high.
Yeah.
10 feet off the ground is not gonna do it.
Yeah.
We've got another building, and it's a 6-foot rock wall, you know, to increase elevation for the next house. And then it's a big house with a lot, you know, it's got shade that we would have a hard time. And it's just, to get it through approval down there, we have had a hard time, a lot of things there.
I think, you know, I would have, if this had come in, this were an asphalt roof, I'd have probably had this on consent agenda. And I think, you know, Breck, or all of you have kind of asked the right question, is what is our charge? And you know, I told Bill today, I'm probably speaking more of my years in construction than necessarily from the guidelines on this one. But I really, and I don't know, maybe is it even appropriate for the BAR to be asking that question? I don't know, but I
Well-
do think it's fair to offer our experience.
I do think we can, I think we'd agree that the slate roof is a character-defining feature of this church, and we wouldn't want, if the proposal was to take the slate off and sell it to the city for a key recreation center and put asphalt shingles, I don't, unfortunately for the city, I don't think we'd, you know, approve that. So we do have a role in trying to steer towards the protection of that roof and the protection of that detail and that materiality. We just, I think as citizens, we want to make sure that you do that. Look at this detail very carefully, because it obviously may save the congregation money in the long term, but we don't want it to be a risky move that could cause other headaches down the road as well. I wish there was a system, the system maybe allowed for fewer penetrations, because it just seems like a very labor-intensive and detailed installation on a delicate surface. I would also just note that as someone who sits on a church board myself, that if that risk is seen as too high, I would encourage you to think creatively about the strength of having a congregation, and maybe there are things that you could do at the congregation scale of many residences throughout the city that could have as much or a bigger impact overall.
That's a good point. Just a detailed thing too, I'm looking at the parking lot now from the street view, and there's a pretty clear view of the west side of the main roof. So something to look at. I don't know if we've looked at that perspective, but those panels would. Oh,
It's
okay.
they admit that in the packet.
Oh, okay.
One question that I would have from the installer is, if the technology changes and you want to take these off and put a different panel on, you know, what's the process of putting the slate back? It looks like you're replacing more than just one slate. It looks like you might be replacing, well, I'd like to know how many slates would have to, if you took one of these mounts off, how many slates are damaged, destroyed, removed, or would have to be to put a new slate back in that spot? Does that make sense? Basically what the scale of replacement would be should the solar panels have to.
To be honest, I
be
wasn't
removed.
completely thrilled with the system, with the penetrations that were involved, but I couldn't get as much participation from the roofer as I wanted ahead of time, let's just say. To resolve this, I would pursue myself, rather see something that was removable, that replaced the slate, and the slate could be salvaged in theory and then put back, rather than damaging a slate by doing it. That's something we haven't resolved. Just to add, what I kind of mentioned though, we're here because we have a specific obligation to us, the donor who is wanting to give a very large chunk of money for this specifically, yes or no, to see that out. And we still, and so we're trying to respond back to them as far as, you know, as the first step here is that, and we'll work out the details as you all think is warranted to make you all comfortable with what we do. And I certainly understand. I think a lot of this could have been addressed by the solar company and the roofer if I could have gotten here right.
Well,
So, and that maybe we could have hashed out something and saved us a second visit or something. But anyway, I agree with some of your comments in theory.
we have every concern that we want that roof to last.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do something that we feel and we can't prove is gonna be done properly. And we intend to keep the roof. We have no reason to think it's going anywhere else. The fact is, the engineering, the research, all this stuff is gonna be done. We don't wanna do it and then come here and say we can't put
I
put
understand. Okay.
solar panels on the roof. I'm sorry, the fact of life is everybody's busy. Construction, if you're related to it, I think you understand that it is slammed, and it still is in Charlottesville.
Yeah.
So, time available to do stuff like this, you know, we got to find the right, once we get a go, I think we can roll.
Sure.
And we will not put it on that roof if it's gonna delay or hurt the life of that roof.
Well, I'm sure
That
you
is
guys
our
are
obligation.
even more worried about that than we are. So I think, yeah.
We gotta deal with the leak.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
that happens, and,
Yeah.
we have enough of them, we understand, we're making arrangements that we're not gonna put the panels straight through without any way to walk between them.
Right.
Because we gotta get to them, we understand slate contracts, expands, it does it all the time. You're gonna have to get in behind those panels and fix it at
Right.
times, even, you know, whenever. We will make arrangements to be able to do that without having to take a whole roof off. So,
Right.
we thought through things, we know what we gotta do. We certainly expect to
be convinced in our own mind that this is gonna be done and the roof will be lasting.
Right.
If we can't, the solar may go away.
Sure.
So we can-
Well, I think I was going to summarize what I heard
Okay, I was
tonight.
gonna ask, could you even give an opinion if, they can put it on the roof or not?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, did you say that?
Well, here's what I felt like I heard from everyone tonight, and see if you guys disagree. I felt like generally there was consensus, not unanimity, but consensus that the panels could be placed on this roof without adverse effect to the historic district or to the building because of its low profile. Some reservations noted. And I think that what I heard is that we have concerns about the slate, but that there is some openness if we had a little more information, and you guys feel like this is going to not be is going to protect the roof, then that was something that we would be prepared to support. And it may be that there is a different system, or it may be that there's someone who has direct experience with that installation. But I think that generally this board supports your effort and just wants to make sure that we can do what we can to support you doing it in the best way possible.
Can I throw a caveat in there? So it sounds like we've got 4 of us tonight that seem to be supporting this idea, 2 that don't. One person who left early, I believe, denied a previous solar application, and we have a new board member who's not here who is
2.
a historian.
2.
She denied 2, you're saying? Or?
No, we have a 9th that has not been appointed yet.
Oh, yes, that's right. We have okay. But they probably won't, well, yeah, who knows when they'll be here.
Who knows? Yeah.
So it may be closer than it looks.
But I'd also note that not only is Jeff open for continued conversation, if you have questions, if you get more information along the line, it's also possible to reach out to board members, and we can give you feedback even prior to a next meeting, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I'm just not sure exactly. I understand the concern with the installation, but I'm not sure I'm clear on where we are with yes or no on first going further with the, because if you're saying you add 2 more board members and we get a no, then what I do when I leave here is substantially different than what it is.
Right.
Yes, so I'm
Right.
not sure. I certainly understand the concerns with the installation, and I'm pursuing a better solution possibly there, and I don't disagree. But I'm lost on the first note.
Well, I think there's a majority here that would support the location of the panels on the roof.
So shouldn't we go through that as a motion then? That's what you're here for, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if they're not here, they're not here. I mean, I don't know why, that's that, I don't know
If
how it works,
you mean in terms of in principle.
Well, there is a
benefits.
suggested motion, having considered the standards set forth, that we move to propose rooftop solar panels at 101 East Jefferson Street satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the north downtown ADC, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted.
I guess the question is if everyone is, I don't know if there's the same amount of comfort with the detail just yet. Not that it wouldn't be approvable, but it seems like we need to have a little bit more information about
Well, I can make the motion to approve, and we can vote, and then they can decide what to do next.
I guess what I'd be looking to avoid is that we have to come back and then we have a
Right.
different variable on the board, and then we've wasted the time.
Exactly.
Right.
To pursue
That's what we're
something.
trying to avoid.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I'm not trying to be, pain about it, but that's what
Sure.
we're all here for.
I think as Brick recommended, it might be a good idea to reach out to us outside of the meeting by email, specifically maybe reaching out to the members that are not here. Their nameplates
But
are
that's-
up,
yeah,
or they
that's-
were up, I guess.
That's still not I think it really is a 0 or 1 that they're looking for here.
Right. I don't
in
think
order
we can
to
give
move
them
forward.
that because we have an incomplete board, and I don't think we can vote tonight.
We have a quorum, do we not?
Yeah.
Can you,
You made a motion.
Can you
I did.
provide approval of an installation of rooftop solar units with the caveat of providing additional information on the installations to still be reviewed.
We have gotten in trouble for that.
Gotten in
the
trouble,
past.
Isn't the installation reviewable by the city construction building group? Don't we
No.
get a permit?
I don't, this is another interesting question of what requires a building permit for roofing, and I haven't gotten, I know there's an electrical permit involved, but I don't know about a roofing permit. So, and that's, they would not be checking, they would just be saying, yeah, you gave us a check, so you have a permit to go up on your roof kind of thing. So it would not be necessarily an evaluation of the methodology. Sorry, I don't mean to insert myself in the conversation. I'm thinking back what the gentleman said when we talked about the Key Rec Center, and I was a little surprised when he said that we would only have about 30% salvageable material. I was floored by that number. So there's
I
part
know,
of
and
me
I
that,
just-
that having worked with Bill and talked with Bill about this, that this understanding that the congregation isn't going, they are going to evaluate that, and they're not going to put someone up on that roof if it damages the roof. I don't know if you can say that in a motion, but that's the sense I get. But that they can't move forward with that detailed evaluation without at least an affirmative or a negative.
Right.
And the choice would be to make a motion and make a vote. If it's a negative vote, they can appeal that to council or take it as it is. If it's a positive vote, then they can move forward with the COA. And if you all have any ideas of provisions or conditions that don't require a subjective decision on my part, I think we could move forward with that.
So you're not comfortable doing sort of a 50-50 or something? Because I guess I've had more experiences in the county that they do that more often.
Yeah.
'Cause I understand your concerns, and they're warranted, and I'd like to address them
Yeah.
in the installation. But I would like to get out of here with enough confidence that we can do what we're
We can spend the money
graphically,
to do
Sure,
graphically
sure.
to do that, and we'll be able to resolve it. I hope I don't get in trouble for throwing this out here. I mean, one proposal that the solar company had was to completely remove the roofing underneath the panels that would not be visible and put something that actually is much easier to deal with as far
Yeah,
as walkability or something.
Well, that ends up being a really different.
We decided that was
Yeah.
not the way to go, but it does provide a certain easier solution on one end to do that.
Well, then,
And thus, we
could sell it
pursued
to
some
the
of this
city.
stuff with the slate. But
Another option the BAR has is that you do have 60 days to act on this. So you all could move to defer to the November meeting, in which case they would have to come back and present this. So you do have that ability. Forces the issue, but it's available. Have to mention it.
So,
60 days or 30?
What's that?
You said 60 days. and you said no.
I don't,
I think it's just 30.
I think, you know,
from an application per our ordinance, when it comes in, you all have, so it essentially allows 2 meetings to take an action. Sorry.
I guess I want to ask if you feel that you could support this project with a little more confidence in the installation method. So as the panels located as they are proposed, but with a little more, either a little bit more information or confidence, or a improved mounting method, do you feel like you could support this project?
I would support it with the condition that we would avoid the planes that you could see from the ground. So that, I don't know, I guess that probably, I'm looking at the roof, and that probably knocks out, the east sides.
On the sanctuary?
Yeah,
I mean, you can see it from the parking lot, that's about it.
yeah.
I mean, that's,
And I just, for me, it's just, it's the same thing with the gym. I just feel like we're here to sort of maintain the character, the unique character of the downtown, and that's sort of our main job. And like, for instance, and with the same thing with the gym, I feel like that's something that I appreciate every time I go over the bridge. You know, I see that roof and that's just one of the many little details that I respond to as being part of the things that I appreciate about the downtown. So that's where I'm coming from with it. So if there's a scenario where that, you know, where, you know, 3/4 of the panels would work, or
You knock the east side, southeast side of that sanctuary, you dropped 46 kW of
Yeah.
power.
That's probably the major,
So we're in the vicinity of
major
over
generator.
$5,000 in electric bill,
but
just to drop that. That's half of the solar.
that's half of the output that you get.
When you lose that whole sanctuary section of that roof,
Yeah,
that's bad.
that's the best phase.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And Ron, it sounds like you're
supportive as is.
I am supportive as is.
and
But I can't believe that these guys are going to let their roof leak if they can avoid it.
In theory, side with Ron, but I think it, I need to see more detail.
Yeah.
They need to do their homework.
No, I'm saying if we received some assurances on that.
I would vote on it,
you would
yes.
vote on it.
Yeah,
So,
it's- yeah.
so I read about 4 votes in favor of the project with a little more assurance on the detail and installation, 2 with some reservations, and then the outstanding votes I can't speak to. I'm not sure.
Can we get approval on the panels with the coming back before we do any installation and present what we're doing?
We can't split. There's only one certificate of appropriateness. But yes, we would.
How do we know we're gonna come back to present the details and we've spent $10,000?
Right.
And you're gonna say, no, we don't like it.
Well, he's not gonna say no, they're gonna have a different dynamic on the board, they can say no, so that's, yeah, but anyway, yes.
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think
Yeah.
this out loud. We
No,
can
I
decide
know.
to do it.
How,
If that's
what is,
we gotta do.
what's your timeline? Are you in a hurry to do this, or could it be postponed a month and for you to come back and hopefully we've got more members present?
Well, I don't think there's any hurry other than, again, what he's referring to as a wasted effort in that intervening time. We're hoping to come out of here, even if we take his position, okay, we get 75% of what we wanted, or whatever it is, that we come out with some kind of agreed opinion from you all, what we can, then we can go back to the donor and say that this is, do you still interest, do you wanna do something else, or whatever. The donation, as I understand it, and the goal today is very specific to maximizing the solar output of the church.
Yeah.
To get as close to zero and as possible, and we've been working with the numbers, but not to get into that.
Alex has been involved in him, I wanna bring up sort of his feeling, right?
So, and so we need just, we're just, just to simplify, we're just saying, I guess it's not that simple, it's just to kind of come back to him with the, okay, they said yes or no, or half, or yet, And I understand the concerns again with, I wish we had split it now in hindsight, because that's, I think, would be the most practical solution here. Yes, you can do it, go forward, we just don't like drilling holes in the slate, I get it. And I'll come back with something, I wish I could get the roofer here and he could tell you how he's gonna do a copper curb and this and that, and we'll get it all resolved, and maybe we take a slate out, we put a block down, we flash it with copper, we drill through it, with some sealant, and do it that way every 6 feet, and, so that's, I wish and I guess we're kinda stuck here between what you're allowed to, do and what we're trying to.
And I guess what I was saying is you don't necessarily need to do the homework in the next month. If you could put the expense of doing any design work and figuring out, if you could postpone that until we've got a more complete board, that might give you a little more assurance.
And if I could say, I think one of our hopes and the donors' hope is that, this could be an encouragement to other folks in the congregation and to folks in the city to consider solar energy as a way of saying, to do what the city has said it wants to do, which is to improve environmental care. I think it matches, the congregation's values and also the city's values. So, I wonder, I'm sure you're gonna be getting more and more requests for solar panels. I realize we're at the forefront of that, but this is not it's not a question that's gonna go away for you either.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, no, not at
So,
all.
is-
And our guidelines do encourage us to try to find ways to make it work, and I think
Yeah.
we just want to make sure that
Yeah.
it's, that you know, you don't end up in a bind, or, you
Right.
know.
And we don't want that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do that, so.
So, should I make a motion and then we'll vote?
Well, I guess I'd put it back to the applicants. We could put the motion forward. I don't think it would pass this evening. If we deny it, it could be appealed directly to city council. Another option is that we defer it, which would mean that it would be on next month's agenda, which the deadline for the materials for next month is it?
Well,
issue?
yes, no, I think generally when a new application comes in, yeah, it's that third Tuesday. If it's something that is,
Been
I would
deferred.
just need to know by next Tuesday, do they want it,
To be- they would
to
be
have
on the
things on it?
agenda.
Well, they would have to have it in, and,
Yeah.
but by the time I would get into the staff reports, probably be the end of the following week. So I would work with Bill on that.
Or you could request a deferral, which gives you the option of coming back next month, or in 3 months, or in, you know, whenever.
Well, that's us. I guess, I think we're getting towards would be a deferral on our part to clarify the installation method.
So that means we gotta spend the money, you gotta design the solar, you gotta get it, you gotta know.
No.
They're saying you don't change anything, they just want to feel more comfortable with the installation method. Even if the board dynamic changes and we're rejected outright, regardless of how we're sticky gluing it on the roof, we haven't wasted any time other than what's involved with figuring out the solution. Again, if I could've gotten a roofer here, maybe we could've short-circuited that.
Yeah.
For those concerned about the board dynamic, I will not be here at the next meeting. I will be covering the climate change conference in Egypt then, so.
That's ironic.
Well, they'll probably be talking
Come in
about
December.
I think you're the one guy we'd want to have. And I guess we could defer we don't have to defer it immediately to the next meeting, right? We could defer.
Correct. You can defer
I
to
think the roofer is on
whatever you
vacation,
wish.
so I'm not sure I
Right.
can get you anything in the next couple of weeks.
A roofer on vacation right now, that's,
Well, he is. I don't know.
not his workers.
Boss is on vacation.
Yeah. I think that's really the key is, and not for the installer, but really if you're hearing from a roofer, what they think. Because I'd love if they said, oh yeah, here's what we would do, we do it all the time and it works. That would be fantastic. Because I think, but I don't think the panel installer will say, yeah, we'll figure it out. But I think, yeah, if you had that person here to say it, would make all the difference, if that could be done.
Just so we can report back to other folks, if 4 positive votes would not be enough for approval tonight, is that?
Oh, it would be, yes.
Oh,
It would be.
So if you called the vote.
But it would, that's if we had the assurance of the, so
Oh, I
my
understand.
concern is that you're essentially asking permission to drill probably several 100 6-inch holes into an existing slate roof with a very limited supply. You're gonna be having an incredible amount of breakage on that roof, and there's not a clear path towards getting a lot of replacement tiles. So what I am concerned about is that you get halfway into the project and then end up becoming a roof replacement of a different material, and it really changes the nature, and we're kind of all stuck making a decision that we didn't. So it's just, there's questions like that relative to the method. We just need a little bit more.
Right, so it sounds like to me you're talking yourself into a no vote based on the current installation as submitted.
If I had to vote tonight, yes.
Okay. Well,
If
then
we had the
we don't
roofer
have
that
4
says,
votes. Okay,
yes,
that's
we've
fine.
done it, yeah.
All right. Well, then,
I move.
then I would think we defer.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so I guess then we want to defer until we can provide additional detail on the, or investigations and detail on the installation method that preserves the tile more thoroughly. And we may wait till Mr. Bailey has returned. So that seems to be a point, that may be the difference.
Be
so.
careful, my colleagues have been known to sway me.
You're going to a climate change meeting, so you're gonna come back emboldened, I think, with solar panel.
I'm just a reporter.
If we made it in a pyramid shape.
I'll send them an email and say you voted no on the solar panel.
Just as a matter of procedure, was anybody gonna second Ron's motion?
I would second Ron's motion.
Do we wanna have a vote, or?
You want to try it?
Well, what's
It's
the,
not gonna go
what,
anywhere,
if
but-
we deny it, that has a different implication.
We just don't.
No, you don't approve, then you defer.
Then they can-
We're not voting a denial, right?
So we can deny it and then accept their deferral?
No.
We,
So the motion's not to deny the
No,
COA.
it's to approval.
We would be
Oh,
voting
okay.
down the
I see,
approval.
I gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay.
and we
yes.
know where it's gonna go,
Then
but I
we'll-
think we have to.
Okay,
We
then
should
we'll
do it
call the
now.
vote unless there's any further discussion.
The only other thing I wanted to say is, do we know of a reputable slate installer that's done this over and over? Because there's one thing to get, we know we have good slate installers in town, but I think there's an additional, security in this, and that you get these people that have worked with solar companies.
He's the chair of trustees for many
Are
years, he
there-
can speak to what we've
Are
been
there
doing.
other
Are there other?
sources for slate?
I mean, no, are there other
Usually
slate
True Magna
company
Roofer.
and slate installer, slate or roof installers that have done this, in the past and have
Not
done
the
it?
solar panels. no.
Yeah.
It's not slate roof.
So,
And
yeah,
work-
That's the
and
trick.
maintain ours.
yeah, and I'm just wondering if there's somewhere you can find, I'm sure somebody's done it somewhere, and,
Sure.
yeah, it'd be worth,
Somebody's set up just a system. I mean, they've used it before, obviously.
Yeah, the one that I provide is a proprietary system from a California company that provides the whole shoot and match for it. After that, there's all kinds of custom things you could do. So I would think, from what I've searched for, I think the solution we probably would provide would be something that's custom. That I'm assuming that that we come to an agreement that the roofer says he can do. I don't want to speak for him, but that he can fabricate and do relatively sound. I mean, it's not over complicated, I think, and it's just sheet metal and flashing and sealant, and it's really more the question of preserving the slate than it is keeping the roof from leaking, almost, from what you're all saying, and I agree. Then, so
there's just no, there's nothing like experience, somebody that's done it
Sure.
and
I
done it
think
successfully.
actually most of the experience is in Europe.
Yeah.
Might be slates and roofs
Yeah.
and
It'd be worth
decay
doing,
and so forth.
yeah, it'd be worth doing that research if there's a way to reach out to somebody over there.
Okay, I'm gonna call the vote.
For.
For the motion, having considered the
Okay,
standards
okay.
of that.
And that was Tyler on the second? Yeah.
Yes.
Timmerman,
No.
Zemer,
No.
Whitney,
Yes.
Schwartz,
No.
Bailey,
Yes.
and I vote no. So now, shall we entertain a
Deferral.
request for deferral from the applicant?
Yes. We need to be more specific than that, or?
I move to accept the applicant's request for deferral.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Right, none opposed. Well, thank you, guys. This is good, important work.
It is.
We wanted to try to do what we can to help make it happen.
Yeah, I look forward to the database you're gonna develop over the next few years.
You're kind of doing our homework for us. It's great,
Yeah.
actually.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to hear that roofer say it can be done, because I think that would solve a lot of problems.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
like-
if you guys do figure it out, I mean, it's gonna open the doors for a lot of other
Yeah.
people.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, and this
So-
is, I'm going to jump right in. Oh my God, scrolling. And Whitney, are you here? There you are. Okay. You got in. It wasn't propped, was it? Yeah, we're,
All right, next item on the agenda is 612 West Main Street.
all right, so this is a COA request to modify the building facade. This is a building design that was, the COA was approved back in December of last year. And this is in the West Main Street ADC district. It's a new building, so not a contributing structure. There was a cinder block automotive service building there, but that was not contributing, and or actually still is there, and it will be raised as part of this project, but that's not subject to BAR review. So the request is to modify the materiality of the facades, and actually I think all the elevations, and you know, we discussed this briefly in the September meeting, and now it comes to you as a formal request. And a lot of questions about stucco versus brick, or what type of stucco, what type of material would be suitable, and I think that's why Whitney's here to work us through that. And is Jeff hoping to be on? All right, let me see if I can find him.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm just gonna point at things.
Okay, I see. How do I let him in? Invite? No?
He's a panelist, you shouldn't have to do anything. Yeah. I could have
All right.
heard him,
I
actually.
think I did too.
Jeff, can you say something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
If I get rid of this, he'll be a big head. There he is. There he is.
Yeah. Not exactly what I want, but
I'll go to the screen. That'll
be
Did you
better.
want to share the
Thank you.
screen, Jeff? Or did you have something you want to?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. I have the same presentation, and we'll share the screen with it. Can you all see that?
Yes.
It's probably best for me to turn off my video only because it's probably slowing my connection down here. So you all know what I look like. You don't need to see that anymore. Okay.
Have a little bit more volume, please.
Sure.
We're having a concert outside.
I'm competing with the Flaming Lips. Is that right?
You are.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Is this better? Okay. We did speak about this last month. I really don't want to belabor the point, but for construction cost reasons, with prices rising rapidly, even in the last 6 months, we've been forced to reconsider the facade of the building, which was approved. The north, east, and west facades were approved as brick, and a portion of the south facade was approved as brick, but the majority of it being EIFS. So very quickly, to run through the previous design, which you all have seen, I will say that the main concern that we had heard previously on the facade design from the BAR was the differentiation of the components of the north facade especially, meaning that this piece and this piece of the facade coming forward or being differentiated from the pieces about 18 inches behind here and here. And those are going to be differentiated with a very heavily textured brick pattern, as was this area here. So what we are proposing now is, and the other facades that had previously been approved, here is where the adjacent building 600 West Main Street is. So that covering up what is shown as CMU there. As we continue around the building, this facade was essentially already approved as EIFS, with brick wrapping the edges. I'm right here and on the opposite side as well. This being the facade of the alley. So as we've moved forward, as I mentioned, we are proposing a stucco and EIFS building. We had discussed this last month, that EIFS, in terms of the guidelines, is discouraged. Our understanding of that is largely because of its susceptibility to damage. In terms of stucco being used elsewhere in the city and on West Main Street, there are a number of examples of it. Happy to go through these, but interesting immediately across the street is the loggia of the old Albemarle Hotel. But we also all know the Pink Building, the building right next to it, and a number of other buildings on West Main Street, including Maya. So the precedent does exist. Some of the precedents we were looking at in terms of abstracting the facade and trying to give a sense of depth to the facade so that it is not simply a simple surface treatment. So the proposal is to use two different types of texture here. Let me go back very briefly. What I want to do is address the issue of durability and the, sorry, I think I skipped ahead too quickly. Looking for the facade. I'll get to that in a moment. Here we go. The plan in this instance is that this entire first level would be made of true three-coat stucco. And in terms of its durability, it's proven out everywhere. Everything above that would be more standard EIFS, which is over styrofoam, but also we would be using a heavy-duty mesh to, especially on the rear facade where we have balconies and even on the fourth floor, that mesh is there to protect the surface. I will say that we have used EIFS successfully on the rear of 600 West Main Street. There's a little bit of it on all of the facades, but the rear facade of it is entirely EIFS, and that has a number of residential units and balconies, and this same owner developer has not experienced any issues with it with a similar type of construction. In terms of the differentiation of the elements of the facade, we are proposing that these pieces here would be done in a very heavily textured stucco. And Whitney's there with samples of it to show you. We can talk about that in a moment. And we did have conversations last month about potentially covering these, we call them the hyphens, the setbacks. We talked about those potentially being covered with green wall, plant material of some sort. And we heard what the BAR said and actually agree that the consensus was, even if that is successful on the north side of a facade, it would be 3 years at best before that plant material might actually have any substance. So we shouldn't rely on that as the way to go if we're really looking for differentiation. So we've taken that conversation and are proposing that these be done in heavily textured stucco of the same color as the rest of the building, which you'll see the samples that Whitney has. It is the same color. Interestingly enough, it looks very, very different. And we've got a color, also a separate color sample that we would like to propose. As we go further, let's see here. We'll see in the 3D elevations, we have metal panels over these windows here. And also we are now proposing as part of the facade to add metal canopies here to as part of the composition. And so I don't need to belabor any of this. Here we see the proposed alternate facades, rear facade, One of the issues always with ephes and stucco of any sort is the control joints, and we've tried to deal with those judiciously. Again, in abstracting the facades, not dealing with them as just a simple grid line. The alley facade facing the side of the Holsinger building. And then probably more telling than anything, some of the side views of the building, where you begin to understand and see where we're proposing metal panels and the metal awnings. We don't yet have a proposal for signage. That is something we would come to you with separately. And as much as this actually looks to be this portion of the building appears to be a different color from this portion of the building, unfortunately, our rendering program took the same color and made it look a little bit different. More as we go. The metal color that we're proposing is the same as had been proposed previously, as well as the color of the windows and doors. And a bit of a close-up here, the entrance to the residential component. And a close-up of a portion of the building. The trees are part of the project. They will be included. They are in the public right-of-way, but they are a condition of the site plan approval. The rear facade. And that's it. I'm happy to have further conversation, but I know we've talked about this and we're already running late. I guess, Whitney, if you are there, are you, I'm not seeing.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Um,
Where do you want me to put these? Just put them up in front? These are the two textures that we're proposing. There's this copper light here.
Is that the color as well?
Well, no, this is the color. It's like a little bit warmer color. It's hard to tell in here.
It's hard to tell here.
But this is a really rough texture for the, this would be on the hyphens and on the entry wall, like the big entry facade off the plaza. And then this would be on the main front facade, paired with the metal panels, which are sort of this light bronze color. And the awnings, the railings, and the windows, kind of all the same light bronze color.
So you would describe that as like a warm off-white?
Warm off-white, yeah. That's a good description. It's a little warmer than these, a little bit darker. Like I said, it's hard to tell in here. They look very similar, but they're actually different.
Are those the same color, the two big samples? Are they
These are the same color as each other. Yeah, so we're just basically showing that they do look pretty different in color, even though they're the same. And we always wanted it to be, you know, a distinction, but not so much. The building, the buzzword for the building, the design the whole time was quiet. We wanted to remain quiet, even though it's changing material. So, I can do these against here.
Is that, how, does that have all the layers in it? Is that how, is that just the finish coating on styrofoam?
This is just a sample on the styrofoam. So the idea is that the finish would look the same on the stucco floors and the floors above, so really it won't look any different. It'll be in the same plane and everything. But the first floor will be the more durable stucco versus the upper floor.
I thought we had, as part of the submission, included some of the ephes, here we go, ephes details. So the stucco, the three-coat stucco here on the left, and the more typical ephes used on the upper floors.
I can touch it, I'm sorry.
You can touch it.
Thank you, Jeff. I guess we'll go, before I think we all have questions. I'm just gonna just double check and see if there's any question or comment from the public. Probably
Mhm.
would be online. If there are, just let us know if there is. Can we go get into questions? sure there's several. I'll start with one. I'm just not familiar with how would the building be, what's the process for cleaning these materials? And is it different for the stucco at the base floor versus the upper floors?
My understanding is power washing is the way you do it, and it may be a slightly less strong pressure, but power washing just the same.
So I got a question. These are the EFS samples, right? Or is this
Yes.
just,
It's to represent the texture. They aren't necessarily built the way the wall would.
No, I get-
There's the meshes and behind it, it's just the coating.
I get that. I guess confirming that at the first floor level where it's actual stucco, the textures are essentially the same as this. Okay.
Yes, yes, that is correct. We have a control joint at, let me get back to that facade, where we would make the change. And here we go. If I just blow this up, the control joint is right here. And that is where we would make the change from one to the other. But the texture below the control joint here would be the same, identical to the texture above it.
Jeff, when you do this, when you do the stucco level, are you still having rigid insulation with like a solid sheathing outboard of it, or is it? I'm just curious. Are you still trying to get some continuous insulation in there? You're just putting a hard surface on the outside of the insulation, or is that not even going to be there? I'm just curious how.
Whitney, can you remind me? I know that we're doing the continuous insulation up above. I honestly forget what the detail is down below.
It's just, I think on both floors, it's fairly similar in terms of the layers until you get to the outside. So it's sheathing on top of the studs, whether they're metal on the first floor and wood on the upper floors. Sheathing on top of that, and then the rigid insulation over top. So the whole building will now have continuous insulation on the outside.
Okay.
Even though we're not required to for the wood floors, it will now, so it's actually a little better building up below.
And just on the ground floor, you've got, I guess, sheathing outboard of the rigid insulation. Is that what you're doing?
We haven't worked out that detail yet. Jeff, can you flip back to the,
Yep.
Sandwich for the stucco floor? Product data?
Yep, I'm trying.
I guess it's not really our purview. I'm curious. So if it's not figured out, you don't need to make something up on the fly, but.
Well, here we go. This is the detail on the upper floor with the continuous. So what we are looking for, Carl, is to make that surface continuous below. I don't know that we've yet worked out how, if we get the continuous insulation all the way down.
Okay.
At the stucco level.
And
The insulation continues down. It's just that the surface of it is built up in a different way. So the stucco surface is thicker and it's over top of a more rigid substrate. It's sort of like a expanded metal, I think, is what it looks like, the lab. Versus the upper floors don't have that. They have like a thinner mesh.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
What's the panel above most of the windows? And, is it like a coil stock, or is it actual solid bronze?
So it would be a painted metal panel, but it would be solid. It's like a composite panel, so it'd be one piece. It's not thin, so it wouldn't oil can. It would just be one solid. It would appear to be one solid piece.
So it would appear to like match the rest of the storefronts.
Yeah, we're gonna try
Yes.
to match the color to the storefronts and the railings and everything to keep it really simple.
Is that color right there?
Yeah, it's like a light bronze color.
Could you describe the awnings at the first level a little more and what the goal with those are?
The awnings are intended to be metal and to help provide, to help break up the facade, give a little bit of texture to the facade, scale. As you can tell, these are reading as two-story openings, but what we like is the protection that it provides. We don't know exactly which openings will have doors, so we would propose continuous across the facade.
so protection as you come out. The actual detail of how it is suspended off the wall, we've not gotten to yet, quite honestly. But it would be painted metal to match the railings, to match the metal panels above, which will also match the storefront and the doors and windows.
We're trying to keep it really simple and clean, so right now it's drawn, which we haven't drawn a detail for yet, but we will, is that it's almost a continuation of the metal sill, so it would sort of fold down as one plane. Keep it really simple, and then the windows above have just a simple metal sill without the awning. Trying to give some scale to the pedestrian, give a little bit of detail back to that sort of lower level of the building that we're kind of missing with the brick.
Is the idea in those frames that they're all protruding? Like
The awnings are protruding and the sills protrude a bit, yeah.
And then like the vertical, oh, okay, it's just the sill, okay. I was reading it the wrong way.
The window's inset in about, I think about 7-8 inches back to that metal panel above the window, and then the window itself is set in a little further than that. We're trying to retain the depth change in the facade that we had previously, so that it's just not really flat. It still has this kind of simple cut and the window pushed back, the metal pushed back.
So you have a return of the stucco on the three sides, and then just a really thin.
Inserted in.
Yeah, and that corner there, where it returns, is that just a really sharp corner, or is there a little bit of a rounded?
We're hoping it's a sharp corner.
Sharp.
I have a question about how the color for the panels is applied. Is it the same for, if I understand it's the same surface, so is it the color is essentially mixed when that surface is applied on site?
Is it mixed? I don't know if it's mixed
Which
on
panels,
site.
Breck, are you referring to? I'm
Both-
sorry.
Both the ephes and the stucco, the final coat that gives the building its final color.
I don't think it's mixed on
It's-
site. I think it's shipped there, so it would be the same color for both, and it's the same surface on both, the same coating.
But that
The finished
coating,
coating is the same thing, it just goes on over a different,
but the coating is applied on site?
on site, yeah.
Okay, so the color is pre-mixed, but it's applied on site.
It's applied on site.
Okay, because the reason why I ask is I feel like still have concerns about the differentiation, and that while they look different in the texture here in outside, I think we do need to look at these outside. I just want to know how much control you have from the moment, say a mock-up is installed relative to final colors, color of the building prior to installation.
Well, we definitely will have them do a mock-up that will represent both materials and have the metal in it, probably part of the railing and all the different conditions. That's what we did for 600. They built it back in the parking lot behind the railroad tracks, and it was pretty big. I imagine we'll do something similar to that. We haven't designed it yet, but we generally like to include every condition so we can make sure that we know what to expect and what it's gonna look like. And I think that they would want to do that with the stucco in particular. They don't want to start installing it if we don't like it, because they'll make them tear it out.
Yeah. So to your point, Breck, this photo was taken in daylight, I should say in full sunlight. So the difference is dramatic, even in full sunlight. But we also will have a mock-up done, and happy to invite you all to take a look at it when it's done and get your comments.
Is that Agra Lime finish, is that like a specialty stucco finish, or is it a standard, just really like simple?
I think it's one of their standard finishes that they do.
Mhm.
It has a little bit of grit to it, enough to make an even coating.
Yeah.
But
But it's-
not as big a pieces as the other one.
Okay. They've used like I think it's called a limestone finish with Stowe, that's a little bit, it's a little higher end, but.
They have one like that, and I've seen samples that have a little bit more variation, but this
Yeah.
particular one is pretty even.
Is the color of the material the color, or is it intended to be painted?
No, it will be the color, but of that little piece there.
Okay.
And it's integral to the mix. It is not painted on. They have a number of standard colors from which you can choose, and so the smaller sample is one of their standard colors.
Just to confirm where the texture is going, the texture stucco is on the two hyphen portions and then on the entry tower, but the fourth story setback is the smooth, like the two main volumes.
Yes.
There, and there.
If you look at the views from the street, you can barely see that fourth floor. It's pretty hidden unless you're, all the way across the street, maybe against shenanigans, but it's pretty pushed back. It's 10 feet back from the front. So this is a view you probably never get. We're standing pretty far away in this view.
I just wanted to interrupt a second. The primary question for you all is switching from brick to stucco. So it's like the color discussion seems to be a lot about the color, but it's the material. Is that material acceptable? And if so, what material would be used? And I don't know if I could just recommend it, focus on that maybe, and we can address the colors too.
Man, you guys are trying to go for a full COA tonight, right?
Well,
Yes.
they have a COA, they're asking for
Well,
a amended
yes,
COA.
full.
Yeah.
This isn't a.
This
so
would
we
be a
discussed- Last month, we had the discussion about stucco versus ephes.
I think it was over this one. But it would be, this is a COA request to use stucco material on this building. They have a COA to build this building with brick. But it's.
I guess what I'm saying, color is part of it, I think.
I agree, but it really is, if it came down to, gee, this isn't a material we want to see used, the color becomes irrelevant. So I just haven't heard yet whether that determination that stucco is acceptable in how it's been presented or what product's been presented.
I think last month we gave some direction, some guidance that we've, while not our preference, that there was some acceptance that this could work. I think for me, when it was presented last month, there was a suggestion that color, ever so slight, might help continue that really important distinction of the different volumes. And so that's why now that color is not one of those tactics, we are evaluating whether there is enough tonal difference created by the texture, and we need to also see if this board that's sitting here tonight is indeed supportive of the move to stucco. I think there's been a pretty clear through line through all of our conversations from the initial SUP about the distinction of those volumes. I don't think it has to be dramatic, but I do think that it's important that they are distinguished. It's helping create more shadow, more variation along that very long street facade. I think that just as when we evaluated the brick and the brick texture, and we didn't really have a full mock-up, and we allowed the COA with the provision that a mock-up would be would demonstrate that indeed functioned as it intended. I think that we would want to have a similar inclusion, amendment to our motion for tonight, if it's going to pass. I don't really even remember who was here for that discussion. Yeah. Well, not last month. No, the one when the brick was. we had a conversation about how to approve the brick without having seen the brick.
So the question was, as I recall, this whole project was to make sure that the street wall was broken up, right?
Correct.
And I'm just curious, is texture going to be enough to actually signal that breakup? To my naive eyes, I don't know that it would, but I could be wrong, and I'm willing to listen to what the architects in the room have to say about that. But this doesn't seem like a way of breaking up that street wall. But I could be wrong.
Your eyes are as good as mine.
Well,
What is the name of the product itself? I mean, we got traditional stucco. Is there? I guess the reason I'm asking is because you said that it comes in this color. What's the color selection? Do we have a palette we can look at?
There is a range of colors. What we're proposing, the one that we would like to apply to this building, there are other colors that some would say complement the main color that Whitney has there that we're asking for approval of tonight. But as Whitney said, we're trying to be a little bit more subtle-handed about this. I honestly, if you take a look at these out in daylight, the two samples that Whitney has there, they look like different colors. I don't know what they look like under fluorescent lights or LEDs that you all are looking at them, but this photograph is fairly clear. It's a good rendition of the difference. And we feel that the heavy texture on the left, that the shade and shadow does a very nice job of changing the perception of that color entirely to something that's different and darker. So that's why we're making this proposal.
but is it enough to break up the mass of the building? So that you're standing there thinking that you're not having a stucco street wall all the way down, basically.
Is it okay if I point out a couple of things that are different about it besides the texture? The entry wall is set back quite far, so I don't think that's as much of an issue. The hyphens are set back about 2 feet. You can see where those people are standing in the middle at the top of that rendering. The volumes in front are taller by about 3.5 feet, a little more than the hyphens. The hyphens have a railing instead of a parapet, so they're lower, appear to be a lower volume. The windows are designed a bit differently. They're narrower. There's no metal. It's really hard to tell in this picture, but there's no metal panel above those hyphen windows. It's an eaves inset in the back. So there are some things that are a bit different about how we're treating the height and the railing and the windows themselves to give a little bit more distinction to those in addition to the texture. So sorry, I just wanted to point that out. We're not solely
No, that makes sense, and I think that those were all positive additions that came out of a lot of these back and forth conversations.
Yeah.
But I'd also note that the building is the north facade, and so it's not getting direct sunlight a lot of the day, and so it's hard. It's really difficult to imagine, without seeing the mock-up.
Yeah.
I do agree that the material images do demonstrate, quite a tonal difference. But I'm not certain if that's going to be really necessarily the case, and I don't know the answer to your question, Ron, about whether it's enough. I would like to feel like there's at least a little bit of maneuverability in the back pocket. I understand the intention of having the building appear to be a single color. I'm not suggesting a totally different approach to the building. But I do feeling that you at least have the capability of adding the ever so slight tonal difference in addition to the texture to get the variation that you're imagining.
Understood. And could I suggest then, if that is our one issue, that we ask for approval for the design with some sort of conditional final approval of the color of the hyphens once a mock-up is in place?
I think I don't have, maybe, I don't know that I can find it in our packet right immediately, but we had a similar condition when we approved the brick because we didn't have a mock-up at that time either. And I would, for me personally, I understand the intention, and I think it's been very clear through all of our review that there's a desire for some distinction of the two tones. If we can confirm that that is the case with the mock-up, then I would be in favor of approval.
I gotta say that, so you've really kind of pared this down and tried to, really simplify it, and it's a very clean, very modern approach. My first question is have you taken off so much detail? I mean, not just the texture, but you also just had some extra brick detailing in around the window openings. Does that take away from it? And I'm struggling, and I'm comparing it. The quirk is very simple, very refined, has very minimal detail, and it's very successful. So what are the differences? And that building, its street front is very narrow, and then where it takes up its most space, it's the backdrop and the background for two historic houses. So it has that working for it. Where you do have a very long street frontage of this very, very simple. It's elegant. I hope. I guess that's where I'm struggling. Is I want to believe that it's very modern and clean and elegant, or is it just has it been stripped too far? I'm struggling with that. And with I do think what you're proposing is perhaps too subtle, and I don't know is there a much more heavily textured stucco ephes surface that you can use, or is there something to give it some? What you had in your with the brick rendition is you had the materiality, and that gave it a richness. So although you had a very stark design, there was that richness to it. And I'm really torn as to whether this has enough richness to not just be a big box on West Main, or is it? I'm really struggling with this. It could be very elegant, or it could be very boring and awful, and I'm not really sure how to wrap my head around which one it will be.
Well, if I can, we're going for elegant, and a slight bit of abstraction. The material itself, what we're not trying to do is to be phony about what this building is. And we decided when we needed to change direction with material that we weren't going to try to do anything that resembled brick detailing and be dishonest about what the building is. And so the abstraction was a clear direction that we chose. And in many ways, even the building there on the right is somewhat abstract if you just take out the arches. So the simplicity is not something that I feel is a liability on West Main Street. There is enough between the two volumes that come forward and the breakup of them that it seems to me a background building, which is a bit of what this is trying to be, isn't a bad thing on West Main Street. 600 was intended to be a backdrop for the two historic buildings. This is intended to be just one of those nice, I think of Paris all the time, and there are lots of buildings that just sit in the background. They're not calling attention to themselves. And when you look at them, they're elegant, they're simple, they're clean in and of themselves, but they're not drawing attention to themselves. And frankly, that's what we want with this building.
They're also made of limestone.
That is true.
I do see the European thing with it. 'Cause I saw that with your brick version, when I squinted my eyes trying to imagine what it would look like without the brick texture. I was seeing that, but, so. Someone other than me talk.
Well, I think Brett brought up a good point, which is, we were looking at the whole north facade thing. We were looking at pictures of in direct sunlight, which is, it's going to accentuate the sand color more than it is the others, so you see more of a contrast. So I think, with the mock-up, I think it needs to be done in the right orientation, in a northward facing direction, with the idea that, I don't know how much sunlight's actually going to be cast on it, just to give ourselves a good reality of what we're going to end up with. As far as I was just looking at the color palette seems very elegant to me, actually. I like the bronze and the sort of the white. I think the design itself is elegant. I can't. It seems like the canopy glows a little bit more in the renderings than it might actually do, especially considering the orientation of the building. So again, it's like, I think what everybody's concerned about here is just, this is, and you mentioned it yourself, this is a project in subtlety. You don't want to overdo it, which I think is a really, good intention. And yet we want to make sure it sort of, it goes as far as it can in its minimalist, subtle, elegant way.
Well, and I think white is a really hard color to do a subtle building in. This is not going to be a subtle building. It's going to be a very bright building.
Yeah.
When you think about when you look down on Charlottesville from Browns Mountain or from
I
Carter's
guess when I'm saying subtle, I'm talking more about the stripping down of the details, where we had a brick facade that everybody agreed upon because of its texture and materiality. There was the sort of extra detail of the, I don't know if that was precast. I don't know exactly what the details were, but where the brick came into the window frames, and all of a sudden we have a stripped down thing. So it's, it's a kind of a lesser version of its original self from a materiality standpoint. So maybe subtle isn't the right word, I guess. But in talking about the variations, that are currently there, you're right. It's a white building, so it is going to be a lot brighter than anything else on that street, which I suppose is another thing to think about, which may come out in the mock-up. I'd love to see the mock-up in situ.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate we weren't able to look at these samples ourselves in the daylight. I think it'd been great if those were available at the 5 o'clock pre-meeting. We could have stepped outside and seen them in natural light. That would have helped the discussion. I think to Ron's point, would there be a consideration of, for the hyphens, both the texture and maybe a slightly different color? And that would give a little more contrast just to help break it up. But I don't know if we'll know until we actually see it.
Right.
So that we're back to our conundrum of a conditional approval, which we don't like to do.
What happened to the idea of so you were saying the greenery came away because it wasn't really viable?
At best, it's a long-term solution to the differentiation, and in the first 2-3 years at least, it likely would not do what we need it to do. And there's also concern that on the north face of the building, it may not survive long-term. So we
Yeah.
didn't want to take that approach as, if we decide in the future that we'd like to put a green wall there, we would come back to you all for approval of that, but that would be on top of what we would be building right now.
Did you ever look at, like, as a way to create a little more texture, did you ever look at like some kind of a screen, you know, a permeable, semi-permeable screen, maybe something that has the backdrop of the stucco as a way to create a little more depth?
Well, we did. I mean, we've considered a number of things. The real issue is that when we start applying something to what is in effect a small part of the facade, it begins to look gimmicky. And if we were to do that here and here, then it becomes something that you want to see as a theme elsewhere. And it started to just sort of steamroll aesthetically. It's like, well, where else and what else and how do you end it? And so it's really, this was our preferred choice. And I will say that fine with the idea of a color, we can, and I don't know, I know you don't like to do conditional approvals. I think more than anything else, we are looking for approval that the design itself is acceptable. And if color is something we need to continue to come back, either in the interim before a mock-up is built, or when the mock-up is built, we're fine with that. I do understand that certain members aren't present tonight, and it might be a different discussion next month. But we are trying to move forward with this, hopefully to get under construction in the spring. So we don't really, I prefer not to defer for a month if there's a way that we can make the color conversation continue while we move forward with the design.
The other option is the same condition as you used at the,
Right.
not necessarily condition, but the motion for the courts.
Well, the condition that we were referring to, there was a condition that we included in our approval of the COA in December 2021.
Yep.
And to refresh everyone's memory, it read as like this. It said that with the condition that the BAR see a sample panel of the brick to confirm its color, texture, and that there will be sufficient differentiation between the various portions of the building. I think we agree that Bushman Dreyfus is trying to create that differentiation through the texture. I think that condition, from my point of view, would be appropriate in confirming with a mock-up on site with the proper orientation.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the difference between this and not allowing the church to have a partial COA is that we would feel 100% confident that they could figure this out.
It's an application that's done at site. The color is applied at site. That seems to be the real distinction. The material, the texture would be part of this approval, that whether it's light gray or sand gray is applied on site.
Just want to make sure that when someone else asks us for a partial approval, that we've
No,
got.
it's not a partial
No,
approval.
no.
We're approving that they.
With conditions.
Okay.
With that, and then we're just confirming that when they do create a mock-up, that it actually does what they think it's going to do.
So the question is, if we take a look at the mock-up and we just say, no, it doesn't do,
Right.
what happens then?
Well, it's incumbent upon us to work with you all to come up with an acceptable solution. We will have the mock-up done long before anybody's on site to start applying the stucco.
But in the meantime, that gives you the impetus to move forward with all the work you have to do.
It does, exactly. And I would say that more than likely what we would do is start having mock-ups of this material alone. We don't need to wait for the entire building corner mock-up that we would want with all of the other materials as a part of it. I think we, in order to get a jump start on this question, is start building mock-ups that are north-facing. We can build them in our own parking lot with different colors and different textures so that we can all look at them and not feel like our back is to the wall timing-wise, which is what we all want to avoid. This is a very focused issue that I think we can continue to explore with you all prior to a final mock-up on site, and you all feeling like you're under the gun to approve something because they're going to start applying the material next week.
Well, I think I'm ready to make a motion. Okay. I think we need to keep moving so we do finish tonight. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district guidelines, well, actually, I say that I need to find tonight's motion. I realize this one's significantly different.
Page 250.
250, gosh. Thank you. This was a long, big packet tonight. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed facade alterations at 612 West Main Street satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the West Main Street ADC district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted with the following conditions: that the BAR see a sample panel mock-up of the EIFS and stucco materials to confirm its color, texture, and that there will be sufficient differentiation between the various portions of the building. And we suggest that the mock-up be built with a north orientation.
Second.
Any discussion? Timmerman?
Aye.
Zemer?
Aye.
Whitney?
Aye.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. So 6-0.
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Sorry. Well, we have an opening. We'd love to have you.
That would be confusing. That's worse than like the 5 Jeffs that we have.
That's right.
All right, onward. Although Bushman Drive-Us doesn't leave us, we're on to 218 West Market Street.
Jeff, I'm going to hand it right off to you so we can move along quickly.
And I'm going to first hand it off to Jeff Levine for a moment.
Hi, everybody. This has nothing to do with material or color, but if you like land use anomalies, this is your kind of application right here. We have an SUP for 218 West Market that's already been through the entire process for density and for height. And in our continuation of early design, we discovered this, I'm going to say quirk, not hotel, in the zoning that gives us a required step back on both sides of West Market and Preston of 25 feet on each side. Jeff Dreyfus can get into the details of that, but I will tell you that we met with senior officials of NDS and city planning. There's no reason really for this, except I believe all of the exceptions in the zoning just kind of left out this weird condition. What we're going to do is we're going to go for an amendment of the SUP to amend the step back requirements. And that's not before you today. What I'm wanting to hear from you today is if there's any objections or thoughts or feelings, like we always do. We like to collaborate with you and understand if you have any input. And then what would come back to you is the typical SUP where I think you have to say that there's no material adverse effect on the district or whatever the technicality is, and then we would go to planning, and then we would go to city council. So that's what we're looking for today, and that was also recommended by some city officials to get your input on it. And then I'll turn it over to Jeff Dreyfus to dig into the details of what is going on here.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm also joined by Lisa Moran, my partner, who's also working on the project here, who did a fair amount of this work, and I may defer to Lisa. But briefly, and you all have the packet and you've got the letter, so I really don't want to delve too deeply into this, but ready for questions. Only that Jeff was talking about is the site that we're on here. Within this district and some of the adjacent districts. And you'll see that West Main, the downtown mall and Market Street both have 25-foot step backs. We also get it here along South Street. And then also, well, that's the extent of it. Interestingly enough, the side streets perpendicular to the mall are 5-foot step back requirements above, and all of this is above 3 stories essentially. So I jump in a little ahead of that. We get to 10 feet as we get a little bit further away. What we learned in talking with city staff and Brian Haluska in particular, who was around when the current zoning was adopted, was that, we are bordered by Old Preston and West Market. Old Preston also has a 25-foot step back that the downtown mall requires, which is a bit unusual given the nature of Old Preston and the utility yard of the Omni there. And also that it seems more akin to a side street than it does an extension of the downtown mall. On West Market Street, we understand that the 25-foot step back, which we understand on the downtown mall, that the reason for that was to preserve the scale of the predominantly 2- and 3-story buildings there, so stepping back 25 feet before going higher. On West Market, we understand from Brian that it was really out of concern for overshadowing what is now Market Street Park, that if something were to be built on the parking lot behind I guess it's Wachovia, no, or Wells Fargo, I'm 2 banks behind, the Wells Fargo parking lot, that without a 25-foot step back, something could really tower over the park. And so for whatever reason, that 25-foot step back was required along the entirety of West Market Street, which unfortunately, if buildings are then, and this is the one site that is a through site. If all buildings are required to be 25 feet along here as well, what we're going to end up with is a city of small towers set on top of 3-story podiums. So we started trying to work within those requirements. And as we got into the particulars of this one site, we began to, in looking at how to, one of the elements of the SUP that were granted was increased density. And that is, and there was a lot of discussion about that in order to help the city with its attempt to find more housing and more affordable housing. So it was granted for that reason. As we got into looking at a layout of this particular site with the 25-foot step backs that are currently required, you can see that we started to get pretty deep building, and building that can't really accommodate living units in the middle of it. So we began to look at carving it up and how do we do that? And really and truly, one of the interesting aspects of apartment building design is a double-loaded corridor really wants a wing that's a double-loaded corridor with apartments on one side, apartments on the other, really needs to be a minimum of 65 feet in order to get, I'd call them market rate units. We looked at how to take a footprint like this and maybe carve it up a little bit, but we were getting very odd and awkward units, and we were We could get the 132 in, but many of the units would not be marketable. So we started looking at what would be done, what would be required if we were really to look for a 65-foot wide wing, I'll call it. And as we got into it, we realized that the step backs were really what was impeding the opportunity to get the density that is now currently allowed on this site, with units that will be rentable and marketable. What we're showing here is not a design proposal. What I'd like to make clear is that we are not proposing this design. What we are showing here, one other element I forgot to mention, is that in order to get units around a light well, that light well needs to be a minimum of 30 feet so that we don't have units staring into other units. 40 feet is better, but we can do 30 feet. So what you're seeing here is we believe that with the step backs that we are asking to be allowed to consider, we can get what would be more typical units in here. We can carve this building up into units and massing that is not going to be one large block as we might start to see with something like this. That was one of the conditions the BAR put on the project when the initial SUP went through, was to break the building up so that it didn't appear to be a single mass. So we are not, what we are here tonight to ask you all is your thoughts on this. And if the SUP were to go through, the amendment to the SUP were to go through as we propose it, we would then begin design of the building. And what I'd like to reiterate here is that because this isn't a design, and because the BAR will have purview over anything that we propose, that you will have the opportunity to judge, as we will as we move forward, how we might carve this building up. But by reducing the step back requirement, it gives us all a great deal more flexibility in how we may design the building, how we may break it up, and how we may design the facades.
I think we left out.
Go ahead.
I think we left out the SUP amendment. What it will say instead of 25-foot step backs on either side above like 40 feet or 45 feet, it will say instead 10 feet step back on West Market and 5 feet step back on Old Preston. And again, to reiterate, which it's just an envelope that then we can work within to get marketable units and then come back to you as far as design and exterior and everything we just talked about with 612. But we don't think that this building can be marketable with just this hulking box sitting on top of the 3 stories and respecting those 2 25-foot step backs, which again are really just unique to this site. And then the other thing to make clear is none of this gets us more units. The density's locked in. It doesn't get us more height. It doesn't necessarily get us more square footage. It's really to make this building marketable, to be able to put these units on and to hit the density that we were granted.
And to Jeff's point, it doesn't necessarily get us more square footage. We expect and intend that we will be carving up what have been, the maximum square footage allowed there, carving it up and really providing more relief to the building. So we don't anticipate the square footage is going to increase by doing this. So ultimately, what we would be looking to the BAR for at the moment is a recommendation to the City Council that says this amendment to the SUP won't have an adverse impact on the design control district. And I reiterate that because you all have final approval of any design, if you feel that the larger envelope within which this would allow us to design is not working, then you've got the ability to help pull that back, push back on that. So,
and you left out the last slide. We did do a slide on shadow studies to make sure that the change in the step back had no effect on the shadows, and our study showed that it did not. So this change does not have an adverse effect on neighboring properties and shadows.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any follow-up questions or comments from the board? We do not have a prepared motion in our packet. I'm not.
No, this is discussion only.
It's discussion only? Okay. So let me clarify then, Jeff, what I just heard is that you were looking for us to make a recommendation to council. Is that in the future or were you?
Yes, I mean, we didn't want to come to you for this first meeting. We were actually going to have this discussion last month, but it was
Gotcha.
running way too long. We'll come to you next month. I'm not sure Jeff Werner and I would need to get together and decide exactly what we need to submit, but we would be coming to the BAR asking for that recommendation that would then go to city council. That's ultimately what we want. But before we brought that to you formally, we felt we owed you the explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So-
could frame that as, it's not a COA. The BAR's made recommendations, and then it's part of the ordinance allows for the BAR to do that. But Jeff, this would not be, we're not responding yet to a special use permit request, correct?
Correct. We have not yet submitted a request for an amendment to the special use permit. That's something that we will do, but since.
I'm sorry to jump. I'm not even sure we'll get to you next month because we'll have to go through that process and notice
Yeah,
it.
I think, and what I understand from internally is, it was really where's the BAR stand on this?
Yeah.
I could actually, I mean, the fact
We
that
just
this
wanna hear if you
doesn't
think
prove
we're-
anything, if you all wanted to express that to me tonight, I can send it up the ladder, and that, it essentially allows, really, it's a decision on their part to apply for the special use
Gotcha.
permit. We're not committing to,
Sure.
there are still other steps. It will still come back to you as part of the special use permit amendment. You will make your recommendation, and we'll go through that process again. So this is, I think, similar to the question they had about the slate roof before we spend any time on it. And it sounds like you all are expressing an affirmative, unless you think it would be better to wait until next month to express that.
Does anybody have any questions or concerns? Comments? Go ahead, Carl.
Jeff, a quick question actually, it is a question. Have you guys looked at the height of the street wall and whether that's a problem? Because I could be misremembering this, but I believe the code building, because it was not an SUP, had to go to the Board of Zoning, the BZA, because of the height of the street wall. And my memory of that was that it's a very strict interpretation of between 40 and 45 feet tall with exactly 3 stories in it, and on a sloping site that can be awkward. So I don't know if your site slopes enough for that on Market or on Old Preston. I'm just curious if you guys have talked to the city about that. Maybe they have a different interpretation, new staff.
There is a fair amount of slope, Carl, from the northeast corner down to the southwest corner. But you're right, street wall is the issue, but we're going to have to contend with that. We're how we deal with that is yet to be determined as we go from one side of the site to the other.
Well, I don't think it's,
But
the problem was that it wasn't being measured from one side of the site to the other. It was measured from the sidewalk in front, like along the frontage. So at least in the, I believe for the code building, they were gonna be required to have half stories to get the 3 stories in exactly between 40 and 45 feet. Just
I
something
see.
to make sure that
Well,
you're not,
yeah,
it's a step you may need.
that one I can honestly say we have not delved into yet. We've always, our experience with the city's always been that it's been the average across the facade that they go with. So I don't know where we'll end up with that, but I think our request would still be the same in terms of the step back above that 3-story street wall, wherever that's measured.
Right, I guess I just wanted to make sure you guys, I didn't want you to get caught later on.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Well, since I'm talking, I guess my only comment is, this makes sense to me. I understand what you're fighting against, with the 65 feet, width of a, apartment building. And I think in this area, what you're proposing would not be a problem for the, the character of the district. My only request would be that as you do figure out the massing, you pull the walls of the tower off the property line so you can get windows all the way around.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see no problem with it whatsoever.
Neither do I.
Yeah, not only does it not, I don't think it has an adverse impact, I think it actually improves the volume and massing of the, potential volume and massing of the building, by giving the architect a little more flexibility with the floor plate to get the required units in there.
So if everyone agrees, could we make a recommendation now and just go forward?
They haven't launched their SCP.
Cannot do it,
application.
okay.
You just instruct me to express to my boss your support for, and however, I'll have the.
I think there's some support that you can communicate to to James.
I can watch this tomorrow, my early morning activity.
Oh, wow.
And
Okay.
as I said, it's not, it just, I think all sides kind of wanting to say, well, what's the BAR think? BAR thinks this seems like a good idea.
Right.
That's not saying go do it. So now they can formulate the special use permit amendment language and.
Sure.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
Jeff, does that give you what you need?
I absolutely believe that's exactly what we need. And
You're going to hang up now.
Thank you all. Thanks, everybody. We really appreciate it.
All right, Jeff, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Bye.
All right. Home stretch, we've got 1025 Wertland Street. We didn't do anything on Wertland for years, and now we've got.
No.
Yeah, I know, it's like, that's why I was laughing about, and I can't, think about Wertland Street is since the district was established, the addresses, like, how the city has to constantly revise addresses, and I trying to figure out which one was which and which one was, but this one is, and I believe, sorry while I sift through my papers here, I believe that John Matthews is somewhere out in the ether. Let me see if I can locate him. Unless he has.
I'm just waking up, Jeff. Here
There
I
he
am.
is. Yes, he had said he was in his pajamas and ready to go to bed, wanted to know what was going on. Here he is. I'll tell you again, because this is a discussion, John asked me, I think a month or two ago, if we could get this onto the agenda, for an early discussion. I promised him this would be early. I was wrong. But just, the question is about moving a house 25 feet roughly closer to Wertland Street, sort of to get a sense from the BAR and where they stood. John, I'll hand it off to you, and you can explain what you've got in mind. Do you want me to put anything up on the screen, or?
Yeah, I think, Jeff, you can just control those slides. I think we have 2 slides. I'll try to make this quick in our mind. And by the way, I'm sitting in or stepping in for my colleague who couldn't make it tonight. He's the architect on this. That's Kevin Riddle. So the purpose of this evening is really to get a sense on BAR's position on our request to slide the existing building forward about 25 to 30 feet to align it with the buildings on either side. We think it's pretty simple. We think the justification is pretty obvious, and I can go through the points that we feel. The reason for the move, you probably, Jeff, can you pull something up on the screen so they can?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you there. It once again was with so many Jeffs in the room, I was ignoring my name. So,
just so they can see what I'm talking about. And while you're doing that, I'll say welcome to the new members of the BAR. I'm sure there'll be a lot of long nights like this. So welcome.
Okay. So really, that's, so there's it's only 3 slides, and there you go, John, if that.
Yeah, I can't, they're so small on my screen, I can't see them, Jeff. But so the reason, this is 1025, we're talking about sliding the existing building forward somewhere between 25 and 30 feet. And the reason for that move is to eliminate a parking lot behind the building and to allow potentially for a future building. And the justification as we see it is that we see it really as a minor move. The alignment, the orientation, and virtually everything else remain the same. So it's just sliding forward to align with the adjoining buildings on either side. We don't see the move as having a negative impact on the house or the character of the site. I mean, if you guys can point that out to me, I'd be willing to hear it, but we don't see it. We looked at it. We don't see this sliding the building forward having a negative impact on the character of the neighborhood. In fact, maybe a strong argument could be made that it has the opposite effect. It will sort of strengthen the street wall. At the moment, that building is set back about 80 feet or 75 to 80 feet. And we feel that moving that building forward brings a sort of consistency of the street wall, as I said, by aligning it with its neighbors. And we also, which often gets missed on something like this, that we believe this move does actually provide a legitimate community benefit. It was sort of alluded to in some of the earlier discussions on other projects. It does allow for the efficient use of this site, and that does allow the possibility of additional housing that many at the city and probably some of you on the board are encouraging all over town. So what we're really asking is, are you comfortable with us sliding that building forward 25 to 30 feet? And I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Well, Breck may ask this question about a magnolia tree. Let me add one other thing. There's a magnolia, a large magnolia in the front yard. When this building is moved forward that 25 to 30 feet, it will still be outside the drip line of that magnolia. I went out there yesterday and measured it myself. So I think that was a bit of a concern to us, but we're clear of that magnolia and believe it will be fine.
Thank you. Any questions?
One other thing, sorry, Brett. I know you're interested in the landscape, but we are going to have an arborist provide a report on that tree just to confirm our assumption that the tree should be fine, but that would be coming, and we'd share that with you at the next meeting.
Right. Okay. Thoughts, conversation?
I mean, I think since it's remaining on its, as far as we can tell, original parcel, it's not like they're not relocating the building somewhere else in town or in the state. That helps its cause or helps its case. Looking at the guidelines for moving historic buildings within our guidelines, it does say, and since this is in Virginia Landmark Register District, that they have to seek approval from DHR. Is that correct, Jeff?
Well, then it just have to confer with them about whether it will maintain. It's not individually listed. I don't believe it is a contributing structure. So would that contributing structure status be maintained? And that would be something for us to consider. But it's not required because the local designation would still be intact unless you all recommended changing that. So yes, the criteria is looking at that National Register status. However, that doesn't necessarily say what you must or must not do.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, I feel like since they're not planning to move it elsewhere, I could support it.
I mean, it's unlike some of the other properties that we've discussed this. It's not like the Wertenbacher house or this was built on the parcel that it's on current. I mean, it's not like it was built on 50 acres. It was built on this parcel.
Right.
In its current size. I do think, I don't know, for my own brain, I think a little bit about the requirements that we have when we're assessing a building for demolition, and I know we're not proposing to demolish it, but it does give us some guidelines in terms of like what if it was just a request to just move the building. I think that we would there's no public need to just move the building. To me, it's hard to evaluate without understanding what the corresponding architectural move that would be accompanying it. So I would feel uncomfortable just voting on moving a building without knowing what is coming after. I guess I would encourage us to look at them simultaneously.
Can I respond to that? Was that Breck speaking? I couldn't tell.
That's correct.
So Breck, there's not a public need, but there's a public benefit. I think that's absolutely clear, and that is that it would allow more housing. And in fact, I think the last part of what you said, and Jeff, you can correct me, in fact, it's my understanding that when you consider a demolition, and you're right, this is not a demolition, you have to base your decisions on the merits of the demolition solely. You cannot consider what's coming next. You get a chance, at least that's my understanding, unless it's changed in the last decade or two, that you're not allowed to base your opinion on a demolition on what might come next. Jeff, am I correct there?
Well, the language that I'm referring to is that when we consider demolitions, there's also a line about the public need for such a demolition. And so we've had issues in the past where we have, like for instance, the project that was just before this one, we approved the Artful Lodger demolition, but that demolition could only go forward with the approval of a building to fall in its place, so that we didn't end up with a potential parking lot in that location. I don't think they're totally separated, and everything in our guidelines would suggest that we do not approve the move of a building on its own for no apparent reason. It would be only because of a potential, no one would be moving the building just to move it.
No, I'm happy to tell you what that is. I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, because that's contrary to what, and I've been in front of BAR dozens of times in the past, and I guess Sherry is Sherry left for the evening?
She's at the concert, she's probably about 500 feet away, having a lot more fun than
Okay, well, anyway, so Breck, to answer your question, it's likely that there is a parking lot there now. That parking lot would disappear, and there's likely to be an apartment building, or a smaller apartment building. So the need is that it supplies housing. There's no secret to that. I was just making the point that I thought you were not allowed to consider what comes next. You had to base a demolition or a movement on its merits alone, not on what may or may not be there in the future. But I could be wrong about that. So
yeah, as a matter of ordinance, I don't think there's anything in the code that precludes what can or can't be considered. I think it's a matter of practice. The BAR is typically evaluated. Why are you demolishing? And it is, try to weigh the keeping or losing of that building, and not to say, well, hey, look what we're getting in return. So it might not be something that's specifically articulated. We haven't really reviewed that many demolitions of this type or even building relocations, but you have in the review criteria for, the guidelines for moving a building are slightly different for demolition. I think another thing, if I could just offer a perspective on this, and it's in the staff report, you'll see the changes that have occurred. At least I tried to illustrate them. I keep wondering, if DHR would look at this as a district as a whole and still see it as intact. I know that there are other buildings in this district that are being considered for demolition. We've lost quite a few within the district per the staff report. So there's I think that's my concern, is that, it's death by maybe not 1,000 cuts, by death by, 30 cuts for what the number of buildings in this district. So that's one of the things I weighed. I didn't state it, but it's we've lost a lot here. Does this retain something that we might potentially lose for whatever reason?
It doesn't seem to me that moving the building would change the character of the neighborhood just by itself. So if that's what we're supposed to be considering, that should be, seems to me, the relevant criterion here. Does it change the character of the neighborhood in ways that are detrimental to whatever the goals of maintaining that district happens to be?
Well, the number one guideline for moving historic buildings is move buildings only after all alternatives to retention have been exhausted.
And if you think about it, when you move a building, you could be very careful and specific about how it's done. The porches are going to come off. There's going to be stuff that breaks. There's going to be stuff that has to be removed and put back. We fuss over people modifying front porches. And in this case, you're probably going to have to dismantle it and put it back together. We fuss over site walls, and we're basically going to be getting rid of, well, I guess it's probably a new terrace that they have up there. I tried to figure out this, and I guess I didn't have the benefit of the previous meetings you had for the Wharton Baker House on all the quirks of this street, but I was trying to figure out some rhyme or reason, and dates weren't doing it. This house it doesn't matter when they were built, they're organized the way they're organized. Yeah. But if you look at the topography of the site, they're organized exactly as they fit the topography. There's a little ridge line that runs right under all the houses up to this one from the east, and then it jogs, and that's where those houses move further south to the street. And they're all built right at the front edge of this little ridge line, and then the site slopes down from behind them. You move this house forward 25, 30 feet, it's suddenly not at the top of its ridge line anymore. What happens to the relationship with the back of the house to the grade? Is the front of the house going to be elevated more? Is it, how does that work with the sloping ground? I have a feeling that for every movement or every proposed moving of a structure that comes before me, I'm going to always deny them. I feel very, very strongly that it is a last resort. So I'm, going to feel that way on this one. But I do feel like there's reasons it's a last resort, and part of it is the relationship to topography. Part of it is also just its history. That's how it was meant to be on the site, and it seems it doesn't seem like a strong enough reason to say, well, we're going to move this house and we're going to, run the risk of potentially demolishing it, because what if something goes wrong, just for the sake of, a couple units that may or may not fit behind it.
I can see the argument for moving the house to align it with the houses adjacent to the west, but by the same token, if the apartment building to the east was to no longer be there, then all of a sudden it would be out of line with the homes that it currently is in line with and that it historically was in line with to the east. So I'm not sure that that argument is enough to say definitively that the house should be moved without looking at all the other implications involved.
You know, I don't want to jump in here prematurely, but can I address that? I think the gentleman that just mentioned if that apartment building was removed, if that apartment building was removed, I mean, we have to base this on reality. Another apartment building would go there. Nobody's going to spend that amount of money on that land and build a single family building in a area that's zoned for higher density. So the thought that that just would not happen. I mean, no one would spend that amount of money to build a single family house in this zoning district.
So, I mean, this is Breck again. I mean, I think that, and just reviewing the criteria for moving historic structures, demolition of historic structures. It's pretty clear to me that we would only approve demolition or moving when it, by knowing why it was necessary. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Actually, I'm not. I can imagine scenarios where I would approve the movement of this structure, but it's impossible for me to do that without understanding the architectural proposal that requires its movement. And I think our guidelines support that approach.
Mm-hmm. So, Breck, you're saying you would like to see the building behind it designed to determine whether sliding the building forward 25 feet is
well, there's nothing
appropriate?
there's nothing in our guidelines that suggests just moving a building 25 feet is good practice on its own.
But the contrary is also true, right? There's nothing that says. I mean, I'm just trying to work out how it impacts the neighborhood or how it impacts the house, other than maybe
there's
just
no threat to
not
this.
feeling like
there's no threat to this structure. Our number one guideline for moving historic buildings is move buildings only after all alternatives to retention have been exhausted.
So the building, to retention, the building is staying as it is. It's not being touched. It's just being slid forward. So it's being retained.
This is for moving historic buildings.
Yeah, but
these are not.
it also
I didn't make
says,
these up. These are our guidelines that we're.
No, I have them in front of me. I read them myself. No, I'm just trying to understand.
What is the public necessity of moving the building forward 25 feet?
What is the what?
The public necessity.
Okay, so it's not, I mentioned that, it's not a necessity, it's a benefit. You could probably use that word necessity literally on many of the projects you see, but the benefit, and I don't mean to be argumentative here, I just really want to understand it, that the benefit is that it does allow greater space for an apartment building, and as we all know, and as the city has widely published, they're looking for more housing in the appropriate locations. This happens to be one of them. But if you're thinking that that is not a strong enough reason, then that's fine. I mean, we don't have to move the building. We just won't build the housing there, that's all. And I'm fine. I just want to make sure I understand the reason. And remember, and as you know, Brett, these are guidelines. They're not rules. They're not hard and fast. They're just guidelines. And if in the opinion of the board they're inappropriate or it's inappropriate to move the building, fine. That's the way it needs to be. I'm comfortable with that. But it's not a mandatory guideline that you must have any of these.
I just think that you would make a much stronger argument with an architectural proposal that demonstrates the need to move the building in a way that's compatible with the neighborhood. I think trying to make the argument that we just approved moving the building is really hard to
No.
to justify.
Yeah, no, I get it. Absolutely. We have done that before, and we've been told that you cannot come in with what you're proposing. That's the part that's bewildering, unless there's been a change over the last 10 years. We've done this, we've asked for buildings to be moved. In fact, on this very site, 15 or 20 years ago, we came in and we could not present what we were proposing. We had to base the demolition, in that case, it was a demolition of an old outbuilding, on the merits of that demolition alone. So that's what's thrown me for a loop here. We certainly could come in and show you what we're proposing, but we didn't do that because we didn't think it was something that wouldn't be accepted. We had to base it on the merits of this sliding the building forward. Obviously, any owner is not going to want to spend a whole bunch of money designing any project without some sort of sense from the powers that be that what they're going to be suggesting is reasonable. They could spend a lot of money pursuing these projects and just fall flat.
Right.
If we don't have a sense before we start design work, before we put pencil to paper, that it's sort of something that you would consider, it seems to be a waste of a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money. I certainly understand what you're saying. You're not the first person to say, well, what's going there? We have people in our own office ask that question. We haven't, by the way, it's not that we're not showing, we haven't designed anything there yet. Have not done anything on that site.
But the
because we were not
intention is to put something new there, a new apartment building, right?
Yeah, absolutely. To remove that parking lot, which would eliminate surface parking, we'd put it underground, and to put an apartment building. I thought I mentioned that earlier, but it is definitely to put a building there. But it's no use studying that building and working it all out if the move of the building is not, you're not comfortable with it.
But
And-
I don't think that, one member aside, I think that a lot of us would consider moving the building if we knew what the benefit was going to be.
I will say,
Yes.
Mr. Matthews is correct, at least in the past. It was hammered into my head that you do not consider, at least for demolition, you don't consider what's coming next. That you have to base it on the merits of the demolition itself, because, I mean, that's, if the building merits being a contributing structure, which demolition of it basically removes it, or approving demolition removes it from being a contributing structure. I mean, that's what you're arguing, or what you're debating when you're looking at demolitions. I'm babbling, I don't know if that made any sense, but it was something that over and over and over again, anytime we had a demolition permit or application, we were told, you're not allowed to consider what's coming next. I mean, we always did, it always got out, but it was.
Item number 6 on the review for demolition is the reason for demolishing the structure and whether or not alternatives exist. Number 2, the public necessity of the proposed demolition. I mean, I think it's absolutely related.
I'm just telling you what was, John Matthews or Mr. Matthews is remembering correctly, at least in the past, what the procedure was. And I think when you think of moving a building, I don't know how many buildings actually get moved, but every one that I think of that I've read about, it's like a house that's too close to the beach, and there's been, water encroach, or the, sea level rise or whatever, and they have to move it, a mile back, or it's a building that, there's a highway coming, so they have to remove the building. It's a worthy of saving, so they move it to allow a road to come through, and stuff like that.
Well, not necessarily.
It seems a little arbitrary to just scoot a house forward 25 feet.
In Australia and New Zealand, they move houses around all the time. So
My house is in its, I think, 4th or 5th iteration of various other pieces and parts, but no, and there's nothing specific. I think it was just how I was instructed the BAR approach demolition. So if we can just, but you all are the BAR. It is your decision, and the guidelines are in front of you. And I think I'm hearing of 6 of 9 tonight, or 6 of 8 that might be here. There's a mixed feeling. There's the process is to, I guess, to submit a COA and just let it go through the process.
Well,
that's really
Jeff, could I just make a suggestion? I mean, we've done this before with previous BAs. Just get a sort of sense of how many folks there feel that sliding the building forward 25 feet is appropriate, or vice versa, how many think it's inappropriate, and it could put an end to this and let you all go home. I don't want to.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
this is Richard. Can I add a little background for the board on a
Yeah,
couple
go ahead.
things?
Yeah.
So, as we talked about earlier tonight, I mean, the streetscape on Wortland is very important to us. And what makes this a little unique is the ugly vinyl clad apartment building next door that is owned by Management Services, and that before the architectural district came into being, they tore down a house that was there. And just like the corner village, which is right next to the Wurtenbaker house, I mean, that's kind of an ugly building now that, took the place of a house. So as I said earlier, we have 7 historic houses right across the front. And, we're, keeping the streetscape intact is important. It gives, from an economic standpoint, it gives our apartments behind a real marketing advantage over the big apartments on West Main Street that don't have any trees, don't have any grass, don't have any sense of a residential scale or character. And, so on, like I said, the yellow vinyl sided apartment building next door, Management Services has. So I will tell you, we have had preliminary discussions with house moving companies out of North Carolina. These are the people that move lighthouses. And interestingly enough, they say that you can put a glass of water on the countertop while the house is being moved, and it will not move or break or anything when the house is moved and then put into its new place. So, there is no risk of some substantial damage happening to the house. And the other thing that you guys might not be aware of is the house directly across from the Wurtenbaker mansion on the corner of 13th and Wortland was actually moved at that location from it was at a place further back towards West Main Street, and it was moved to that corner just so that church could have a bigger parking lot.
That was in 96 or 7.
Yeah, I don't know, you guys know the details on that, but so there is a history of moving houses on this street, and like I said, that house was moved just for a parking lot. So what John didn't mention is, yes, we want to build a new apartment building there, but we also want to get rid of what we have as an obsolete apartment building, which is that little building to the rear of the red building on this graphic, which is a late 1980s apartment building that's obsolete and needs to be replaced, and we're just looking for some design flexibility to be able to do a good job with that, not unlike what the folks were asking for with Artful Lodger site and other things. I mean, this is the purpose of the request. But make no mistake, the streetscape is important to us, and the house will be moved and restored and in the exact perfectly. But we're happy to come back with the designs. But as John says, we don't want to spend a lot of money if it's a no-go. So Appreciate your time.
For what it's worth, in principle, I have no difficulty with saying the house can be moved. I do understand the concerns of other members of the BAR. They'd like to know what else is being planned.
Yeah, and we're happy to share that. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're not trying to hide anything. We're just doing what we thought was the appropriate process, and had a little sketch been, well, we can't really do it with a little sketch, it's some considerable work. So if back to before Richard jumped in there, if there's some sort of general show of hands as to who can support it or not support it, we could know whether it's worth continuing and developing those sketches that Brett had asked for.
Well, I would just, I don't know if that it's a kind of a difficult, I mean, maybe you guys feel comfortable saying that. It's kind of hard hypothetical for me, but then, you know, just recall that our guidelines call us to move buildings only after all alternatives to retention have been exhausted, and we haven't seen any alternatives yet. So, I mean, I think it's an uphill. The burden of proof is on you guys to show that, like, the project that you envisioned can't happen without moving the building. But everything in our guidelines and from the Secretary of Interior standards is going to recommend against moving that building unless it's just not possible.
Maybe it'd be easier. Am I the only person that's an absolute no?
No, I mean, I think y'all's arguments have swayed me coming around to side more with y'all. I don't know if I'd say I'm an absolute no, but right now I'm a no. I think the argument that, let me get this right. If the example for a demolition is you can't consider what's coming next, and the thought is that you shouldn't consider what's coming next to decide whether or not you move the building, then I'd say you don't move the building, because you're not telling me why, one way or the other. Like, there's no good reason to move this building.
Well, I don't mean to be obtuse here, but I thought we've told you clearly what we're doing. We're going to put it, Richard and I, we're going to put, the plan was to put an apartment building there.
No, you did. I mean, I guess to counter that, the small apartment building, I guess it's 1027. If you're planning to demolish that, then I could see where you'd have plenty of space to build on top of that, as well as the adjacent parking lot, and put an apartment building back there without moving this house.
Yep, we could.
You know what? Is 25 feet really the deal breaker?
Yeah, that's
That's what
at
it
the
comes
heart of
down
it,
to.
yeah.
Okay, so again, I want to let you guys get out of here, and I need to get some sleep myself, but what you would like to see is what we're proposing behind that building, and use that as the justification for asking for the movement of the building. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think it might strengthen your case. I can't speak for the other members of the board.
No, I'm just trying to understand what we need to do if we're going to move forward.
I think you need to demonstrate why we need to move the building.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time. I hope I didn't sound too argumentative there. I just wanted to understand it clearly.
Sure.
And
no, thank you for reaching out and for asking the questions, because it is we will be getting a lot of these kinds of requests, and we see them more and more all the time. You've submitted some of them in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. What's left of it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Jeff, I think that's the last formal item on the agenda. The rest is up to you, right?
Yeah, I need to, this is some necessary stuff. This is a project that the I'm working with my boss and others in City Hall to working with the group of owners that are approaching this project and try to kind of break down what is needed from the city, what is needed from the BAR, and I think there's some assumptions that the BAR is a bigger hurdle to things than in reality. But this is, I think, what I wanted to do tonight was introduce you to this project and tell you what I'm involved in so far, and just make sure that we're all on the everyone's aware of the situation. So this is the I don't know, the Colonial Hotels. It's been called other things, Eagle Hotel. It's Farish House is its historic name. And it is the building in the, I say right there on Court Square. I don't know, I feel like I haven't seen anybody go in or out of there in 20 years. But there is there's a group of individuals who are working to restore it. And the reason I'm showing these, this is a postcard, I think, early 1900s. And I'm scrolling down here and I'll show you a Holsinger photo from 1915. Just quickly, what you see is there's a portico there on the east side. So that would be 6th Street, sort of heading down towards City Hall. And then the front door, because they are proposing some physical changes to this building. And here, I'll show you. This is a photograph, I think, from the 70s. The building had actually been painted white, which is why the brick is so beat up. I thought it was moisture, but you can see where it's literally abrasive to remove the paint. And so here's a picture I took last week. So the things that they'll be coming to the BAR with, and we're working towards a November submittal, the possibility that some or all of these windows were later additions because they align with bathrooms. They don't match, but yet, as I point out, they are, at least 3 of them are in the 1915 photo. So I told them some research is going to be necessary on that. The entrance is different. They would like to restore it. I still, said need to bring that to the BAR, and the same thing with the portico on the east side of, to sort of bring the details of what they want to do, even if it is recreating what was there. The BAR would have to review that. What I am working with them on now is that they would like to start some masonry repairs as soon as they can. And there's, you can see up on the top, there's a lot, just some maintenance and repair that's necessary on this place. And to an extent, I'm working with them in the understanding of this is maintenance and repair. You're not altering anything, you're not changing anything. But anything that starts to change, and I said, is coming to you all. And I do want to hear, they've got a mason, very experienced in this sort of thing. Have a conversation with them about what is it they're planning to do, and it's the lime mortar, everything. It's a mason that knows how to do it, but I'm gonna, not yet, but I want to. That will be part of my. All right, if you're maintaining and repairing it, then I want to. You're gonna at least communicate with me the maintenance plan. So I said it's an exciting opportunity. I think they're committed to doing this project. I think the other thing on the back is they're going to try and create some sort of some French door access to a patio area on the rear. But it's a pretty interesting building inside. It's one of those where so much has been added and added and added, but they've been peeling away the interior. It's really got some neat stuff up behind the ceilings and behind the drywall. So I'm not sure. It's one of those where I didn't ask. Hotel. And there's it's a good plan, and and they're really, people who know what they're doing, and I'll let the applicants, introduce themselves when they're, but it's people you may know. And, but I just wanted to let you know, so I'm gonna be, I don't know if they're gonna be able to start anything on the maintenance work, on the brick work. If it's not something that's gonna happen immediately, I'm gonna fold it all into what you all look at in November. My guess is that, as I told them, in November, we'll have a preliminary sort of discussion with the goal of finding approval, hopefully in December. Their financing on the project is dependent upon a certain sequence of approvals. So that's where I said, well, then we can get this to the BAR, and we can get those pieces in work. So, said it's a neat project. I think it's, you know, a great opportunity. I stood in front, and I said, and they go, we know. But I was convinced for years that there's been moisture issues, but boy, down in the cellar of that basement's as dry as a bone. So this is really all happening on the exterior. But I think they know they're gonna have to rebuild. You know, a lot of this brick's just gonna have to come out. And
They're not going for tax credits?
they worked with DHR, and it was sort of the same problem that I had. It's like, is this worth the effort? And it just became too complicated. So anyway, I said, it's,
Do they think most of the damage happened when they were taking the paint off, or because when the paint was on?
it's hard to say. I know that because they'll never be able to match that brick, and they probably, you know, gonna have to, I think we're talking about a whitewash or a mineral coat, something, yeah. But there's, I don't know, I'm curious to see what is involved with the mason. That may, they have the budget they told me, I went, yeah, okay, it's gonna be, but it's, so that's, go ahead. They know, yeah, and they're very versed in what needs to be, and I told them that a lot of this is old, pointed up with Portland, it needs to be taken out. I think on that wall along 6th Street, I mean, I'm not gonna let them knock down walls and rebuild them as function of maintenance, but I think beginning to get a handle on some of the cosmetic stuff that, you know, if it were on my house, I'd go up and fix. So, but like I said, you'll see this in November, and we have a larger discussion about it. Yeah, yeah, it's an old building. It's older than I realized. And like I said, the inside was, I mean, I got a pretty good nose for wet basements, and that place was fine. So I said that's what I thought was gonna be their biggest headache. But, so that's what you'll see next month. Now, I just wanted to address the trees. I know that my email blew up on Monday. And the truth is, yes, we have discussed this with the BAR. And on various occasions, on various things, maybe not with you all, but we have discussed it. And I knew about these 9 trees. I've known about them for months. But it was a function of, I think Parks and Rec is wanting to work with you all and sort of like, all right, well, let's bring this to them. We have time to have a discussion about it. And for whatever reason, this came up in the tree commission meeting, and suddenly it's like the big news. And so, so I just wanted you all to think that it wasn't something, I'm fully aware of this. And what I have reported back to my boss and up to the city manager's office in Parks and Rec is if a tree or trees is determined by the city, and that we have an arborist, works for the city, and the city manager's office, because a tree can't be removed out of the city right-of-way without the city manager's okay. If there's reason to believe that that tree is a threat to life, safety, et cetera, I'm not gonna say, well, you've got to get it on my BAR agenda. But what I've said is that whatever gets replaced there, whatever you put in there must go through the BAR. We must be in part of that discussion. And if we know that there is a this sort of ongoing discussion about what to do with trees, what to, that the BAR has to be part of that. It can't, just be, come and tell us what you're doing. But in case of these 9 trees, the determination has been made that they need to come down. As I said, was going to bring it to you all probably in November, but just to tell you what was happening, but it was obviously, when it goes out as a news flash, I just wanted to let you all know that I work very close with Parks and Rec and my boss. We're all trying to knock down a lot of silos that existed prior. And so, yes, I think that was the question I kept getting from people. Were you aware of this? Yes. And so if you have any questions about that, you can email them to me, unless you want to talk about it tonight. So the other thing I wrote down, and I thought more we're going to, I know with Taylor and Roger and hopefully a new person, but we have the BAR notebook, which has, the bylaws and all the things in it that you all need to know as members of the BAR. Actually, the state legislation has changed, so there's like a whole chunk of that notebook that I need to update. I just don't have time right now. I might in a month, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had, are you able to access the guidelines? If you need copies of them, tell me. If you need the black and white copies that I made, take them, or otherwise leave them, because that's what we bring to the meeting. If you're having difficulty accessing, any of the ordinance or if you need to just understand what we do, let me know, and we can sit down and talk about it. So I just, in the absence of getting that notebook out to you, wanted to express that. And then the other question was, are you all okay with the electronic submittals? Everyone good? Carl, you're the holdout on that, but you have transformed, and I'm proud.
I had to buy a computer. Missy flatly told me I could look over someone else's shoulder if I didn't want any, electronic device.
I had the envelope to use for years that I would tape with Band-Aids and things every week just to be funny about it, and I think someone threw it out, or I think maybe you didn't give it to me after the last.
No, I think someone threw it out because I got a new one for.
And then last thing, we have I just want to get it on your radar. Annually, we give awards. We don't have to, but now's the time of year to start thinking about if you've got any particular projects that you would elevate so that we can start to have those discussions. We don't have to use these categories. We've created our own new ones at times, but this is it's in the information in the packet. You can go back and look at it and start to give some thought to it. And if you have recommendations, send them my way, and we can begin to talk to them about them. And that's all I had.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I walked up the mall again today, and I noticed the fountains are still have the barriers around them.
So they are going to remain until a decision is made about them. And there
What
is.
did you guys think was going to happen?
Yeah. I mean,
If they were going to turn them on, remove the barriers.
Yeah, yeah. And so and James Freese had, I think, spoke about this before, that there was a initiative to have a larger discussion about the mall, particularly because I think we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of when it was, opened, or whatever you want to call it. I had a conversation with someone in my office today. We joked about, let's start a rumor that they're going to pave all of West Main down to the university. So I'm saying that tonight to get that out there. But oops. No, we'll just see how long it takes for that to come back. But the mall, the discussion about the mall, the discussion about the mall will include the trees. It will include the fountains. And until that decision is made, or a decision by council and the city manager's office, that the barriers will remain in place. I think with the zoning rewrite and quite a few other things that are going on, I can't make any promises on that timeline, but
Those barriers are gonna be there for
I think we're just gonna
years.
have to go to a city council meeting and.
Yeah.
The city has been sued for ADA violations, like really sued badly and lost. They're not gonna open up those fountains
Yeah.
without some sort of protection.
It's not an ADA.
It's not an
It may not be.
No doubt, no doubt. And that's, I
Still
will
get
say, that
sued.
was I expressed that, is that there is clearly a concern that's been expressed, a concern for liability, a concern about those fountains, and that's enough.
But it's been by the city, right? It hasn't been by anybody in the public.
Well, I mean, that's, I think all municipalities are litigation averse, and I think that the concern is that it represents a concern. I'm not the city manager, but that decision was made at a higher level than me, and so I don't know. But we can debate that at another time. ADA issues are not my forte. Maybe Section 106 or something like that. So that's what we had. I already have things coming in for November. Looks like an interesting course with some of these things coming back. And I do appreciate your patience on that, the slate roof thing. I hope we can find a way to do that. My guess is that if a roofing contractor would say, are you kidding? You're going to put those people up on my roof and, ask me to fix it. I think that the cost might end up being more than they have any idea, But let's let that, we'll see what happens in November. With that, any other issues that are up? Anything? All right.
No, thank you,
You can
everybody,
adjourn.
for a great meeting. A lot of tough discussions. Hopefully next month won't be as many.
Well, we were
Do I hear a
only-
motion to adjourn?
So moved.
only an
Second?
hour off, so not bad.
All in favor?
Aye.